Ayo! Let me say that my microphone is up. Yeah, okay, we're all good. Good morning. Blah, blah, blah. Good morning. Sorry, it's still early. But yeah, I woke up feeling better compared to yesterday. When I think it's the heater like hitting me. Something they turn on the heater in the building like this week. Hey Bellhound, good morning. But yeah, they turn on the heater on the building this week, so like I'm kinda sleeping with the heater on. And even if I put it like all the way down, you still feel it. So I don't know, in my opinion it's not cold enough for heater just yet. It's like cold enough so you can like, you know, get like a hoodie, like get warm blankets and like be comfy. But I guess people here say no, it's heater time, so gotta deal with that. But yeah, I think me and my sister, I think we kind of got affected from that because we were both like equally the same, you know. We had like a headache, and like we were like tired. But we both slept better last night. I mean, I actually had a lot of trouble sleeping, so I am surprised that I actually woke up with like energy. But yeah, that is the case. So here I am. And I decided to. I wasn't sure what to play, but I was checking some games. I'm running on caffeine. Let's go, because I'm gonna play a coffee game. Hey PCU, good morning. But yeah, I was looking through the games, you know, like my endless backlog of games. Like I literally just opened my backlog thingy that I did and check. And I had this game, Necrobarista. Hey Sparkster, morning. I'm here for my coffee, it will come. That's also why I'm keeping the boba tea on my head. But yeah, I had this game called Necrobarista 8 bar. I don't have it. Like a lot of the games on my backlog is because I share a Steam library with my sister, and my sister has her Steam account set to the Argentinian store, so she gets games very cheap. She can buy them for very cheap. You know, because conversion rates. So she buys a lot of games sometimes. She's like, oh, like she just seems like games like that look interesting and are cheap, and she buys them. She has this game. I was like, oh, I'm gonna play this game that you have, and I was like, I have that game. But yeah, it should be a fun short game. It kind of reminded me, when I read about it, reminded me a little bit of Valhalla, even though according to Steam it's similar to Muse Dash. I was like, okay, Steam, whatever you say. But yeah, it's called Necrobarista. And from what it said in the Steam store, is something about like serving coffee to dead people or something like that. So I don't know, I guess we'll see. So yeah, with all that out of the way, let me actually open the game. No, where is it? Even the dead near the dirty coffee. Amazing, I know. Thank you for the pets! Hey Kusu! Okay, let me change to the game screen because this is working okay. Just need to change the audio. Sorry, this usually doesn't take too long, so like I could perfectly do it before stream, but the fact that it doesn't take that long makes me do it during stream. I'm like, oh, I could just do it on a stream. Oh, that's loud! Okay, that should be slightly better. Barcode? Yeah, the QR code. If you scan it, actually takes you somewhere. Yeah, capture. Necrobarista. There we go, very nice. So yeah, I'm really liking how this looks. It looks very comfy. Like it's also like it's very dark and raining here today. So yeah, I was like, it's funny that I had this because I was like, okay, it kind of fits the spooky theme, I guess, because Halloween and like dead people, but it also looks very chill. So perfect for me that I've been in like this weird sickness mood this week. So yeah. Let's see what this is about. Fits the rainy vibes, so yeah, I love it. Let me see the configuration. Language English, okay, that. Oh my god, they have the lorem ipsum. Resolution, full screen, high, yeah, okay, that looks all looks good. The music is very nice too. Like when the world is just the menu music, it's already very nice. So I'm already looking forward to this. Let me put my hoodie back on. Okay, there we go. So the game. Oh, it's a short game, so we probably can finish it today unless my sister missed me earlier. She walking. Oh boy, she walking. What with these PS2 loading times? Oh, there we go. I need to click something. Oh, they thought of the faraway grave on the plain. They thought of the comrade who came not again. They lifted their glasses, and sadly they said, "We drink to the name of the mate who is dead." Henry Lawson. It's too bloody damp down here. I know we're underground, but I don't suppose there are any windows we could open? There's some ventilation duct in here somewhere. Maddie. Mind opening it up? Get some fresh air circulating? Other end's blocked by now. There's a dumpster sitting on top of it. You have to grin and bear it. What's with this aesthetic, man? Definition box of audio. Can we hurry this up? Calm your farm, old man. You're well aware it takes a while to set up. I don't appreciate your tone. Sorry. At the very least, can we turn some lights on? With all the rubbish you've got scattered around the place, I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Ashley, would you mind? Lights on. What the fuck? Why are we summoning demons so early in the morning? Thanks. You're more organized than last time, I see. Practice makes perfect. Hey, Maddie. How much more wire do we need? I think that's enough. Great. Now... Chai? What's up, little P? I found you a chair. Oh, thank you. Is this summoning demons something you guys not do in the morning? I don't know, summoning demons really sounds like a night activity more than a morning activity, but I might be wrong. So, this whole thing. Surely it's not legal, yeah? Mari wasn't clear on that. Yes, the council found it confronting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order, mate. It's not just bureaucracy. Shush, you. Most rules can be bent, after all. And Mari has a particular fascination with breaking rules. As I'm sure you've realized. Hey, don't give her all the credit. Bah. Is this related to her gambling for time? On a midweekday, yes. Summoning demons in the morning is vastly superior to doing it in the night because they usually sleep in and put up way less resistance. Don't ask how I know. Alright, I won't ask any more questions. I will leave you to your knowledge. So, the transfer. Well, the same sort of magic we're doing now, yes. Small scale though. Doing it on a larger scale requires a bit more preparation. The council successfully suppressed all available information about it though. For good reason. What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you don't tend to mess it up more than once. I don't like how that sounds. Or try it again after you fail, for that matter. A stubborn scholars notwithstanding. What do you even call this sort of magic then? Question's irrelevant, because it's banned. Extremely cool? That's what I call it. Well, by definition, it's a conduit ritual. But hey, we're among friends, so we can call it what it really is. I like her style. Necromancy. Or necromancy. Sorry, my accent. Achievement unlocked, prologue. Okay, so we're doing necromancy. When does the coffee come in? From your hazy memories, a certain word calls out to you. Necromancy. You tried desperately to remember what it meant. We used the demons to make coffee for us? Oh, brilliant. Wake the dead by a roasted bin. Oh wait, I can click on it. Oh, okay. This fragment of a memory stays with you. Piece together the past. Remember what transpired. And never forget. You are a scatter, practice, bureaucracy, classic. Ooh, whoa. Did Bean Emote get a hat? Yeah. Yeah, it had something on Stream Elements that it puts seasonal hats on emotes. So since it's Halloween, I guess it's giving them witchy hats. And they will get Santa hats for Christmas. Alright. I love this kind of graphics. I mean, you can't see it that well now on the buildings, but you know when they were showing the characters? I love those kind of graphics, you know, they're like, they look good, but they're not like super realistic either, but they still look good, like kind of cartoonish. Can't wait for bunny ears for Easter. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it does stuff for Easter too, I'm not sure what. Yeah, I love this kind of vibe Press and hold to inspect a memory. Where is a memory? How do I know what is a memory? Oh, that's how I know. Hey, cat! Maddie's rules. We welcome both living and dead. Patrons will be served in the order they arrived. Don't ask who's alive. It's rude. If someone wants you to know, they'll tell you. The dead have 24 hours to spend within the premises before moving on. Strictly enforced. No, we don't have Wi-Fi. Report broken items and other anomalies to staff. We can't clean up your broken glass or a spatial rift if we don't know about it. Don't feed the Eidolons. They can't eat, and offering them food just reminds them of that cruel fact. I like rule 2, yeah. I guess we're working now. What with the shiny tree? What was an Eidolon? I don't remember. The name is familiar. Got my coffee, let's go. I'm drinking chalky milk. Part 1. With the No, Tavar, it's your birthday and you're sick. I'm so sorry. Happy birthday though. Hope you enjoy it as much as you can. The Terminal. Carlton, Victoria. Australia, 3053. Oh my god, we're in Australia. Excerpt from online reviews. Pretty unremarkable coffee. Barista speaks Chinese but exclusively uses it to mock people to their faces. I am very self-conscious about my top hat now. Observe little girl running around cafe with knife, unsupervised. Came down with deep sense of ennui after visiting. Was rudely told to stop being a big dweebus after complaining about burnt taste in coffee. This coffee is some of the best I've ever had. 5 stars. Disclosure, I have no taste buds. Okay. Hey Sunny, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? The door closes. Happy birthday, Tavar! Probably don't have to work tomorrow. Oh, that's good then. No work is always good. Hey, mate. You right? Ah. You can see me? PRSA, yeah. What can I get you? I've been walking around for hours. Nobody was talking to me. I don't even know how I got in here. Hey! Thank you for gifting a sub to Tavar. Let's go! I think you'll find it was via the front door. But do let me know if I should lower the game a little bit. It looks good on my mixer, but like, let me know. Okay. Right. Where am I? This, the early departure, is the terminal. Carston finest. Departure? I like her. They say your coffee is to die for. Wow! You really threw that line. So, I don't really know how to go about this. Ask me anything, man. You're not the first Zevela dead guy to drop in, and I'm sure you won't be the last. What does everyone else ask? They generally ask, what does everyone else ask? Oh shit. And they always say that. Then there's the embarrassed silence. Alright. Get it. You make a habit of bullying everyone who comes through, or just the pitiful ones? It's almost exclusively the latter. I guess that's consistent. Always felt like people saw me as a pitiful guy. Hey! Thank you for gifting more subs! Thank you for gifting was Tabar. Thank you for gifting a sub, Tabar. Sorry, I was actually just kidding there. No, you're right. I'm a fucking sad sack. Boss hated me, family hated me, work sucked. Gotta get back now. Ah, that's sweet of you, especially on your birthday. Thank you. Just like everything else about me. No, I'm never even gonna have a chance to make things better for myself. That's it. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. Hey, come on. And now I'm sitting in a cafe for dead people falling apart in front of the barista. Mate, pull it together! I love how they say mate. Number 1 rule, no breakdowns in the cafe, please. That's not the number 1 rule. I promise, man. 75% complete, let's go! Also, since for next time I might lower the point a little bit for the watch along, since I'm streaming a little less on Twitch. But yeah, thank you guys! 75% there, let's go. I promise, man. You are okay. I know how it is. Are you dead? No, and I don't know if you read the rules outside, but... God, I did, yes. I didn't get that right. In that case, you'll also have read that you have 24 hours left before you gotta move on to the next place. And I don't think you want to spend them having one big, long, extended panic attack. 24 hours? Ah, shit. What I'm saying is, everything's okay. It's just you're dead, but everything's okay. Just take some deep breaths. We'll sort this out. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a fuss. Cafe's empty. It's not like I've got anything else going on. Don't worry about it. Are you sure? I'm kind of avoiding. You're not, promise. Chin up, mate. Let me tell you about the building. It's got some cool history. So, the first time I came here was about 4 years ago. And that's why you should never ever serve a martini to a dead biker, even if he specifically asks for one. Okay, but what's the rest of the story? He's just like me, for real. Out of all the possible ways to react to that, that's one I certainly didn't expect. Yeah, no point in seeking eternal vengeance if you're gonna have to leave in a few hours anyway. Never ever wise words. It kinda strips it of meaning, you know? There's no way to tell whether you'll even care once you cross over. But then again, maybe I'm just being a buzzkill about it. Shouldn't go around policing people's reaction to things. I'm still wrapping my head around all this. That is. I love all the little coffee animations. Feels weird to say it, doesn't it? Weird. Yeah, that's the word. So you said most people don't ever find out how they died before they pass, even if they got murdered or something? Yep. Most people don't die from murder. It's mostly sickness, or old age, or lawnmower accidents. What? I just read that as people's reaction to diets. I mean, that can kill you, I guess. Well, they call them accidents. But really, lots of lawnmowers are possessed by evil spirits. What? Don't stick your hand in the wood chipper, another wise words. That said, Alright, hold on just a moment. Can confirm. You can just drop that and move on. Common demon facts? I was not aware. How come you guys know so much about demons? Possessed lawnmowers? Seriously? Anything with spinning blades attracts them. Garden equipment, blenders, power saws. They're a real pain in the arse. Gotta do at least 1 or 2 exorcisms a month on the coffee grinder. That's wild. So, I know I'm breaking the rules again, but how many people in here are dead? Yeah. It's a cafe for dead people. Does that mean it's everyone? Or are some of these people just really into ghost cafes? What people? What people are you talking about? A little of column A, a little of column B. Plenty of mortals come through. But this is one of the only crossing points in the country, so we got a lot of your type. That's also why the rent is so high. Because those vampires who own the place know we get a lot of foot traffic. Literal vampires? No. Like boomers. Landlord class. Oh no, the worst. Same thing I guess. So, to answer your question, there are 9 customers in here right now. What? Where? Based. Not the boomers! All those 9, yourself included, I'd say 4 or 5 of them are just passing through on their way to the next place. How can you tell? Once you work here for a while, you get a sort of sixth sense for this kind of thing. Not just a mere boomer, but even the landlord class. Like, that's like the most powerful, one of the most powerful boomers. But yeah. Speaking of sixth senses, I've got one for trouble. You have 2 sixth senses? Hello, Ashley. Oh, she's tiny. Ashley had adopted the cafe staff a couple years back, much in the same way that a puppy adopts a squeaky toy. She was the kind of ferociously smart kid who absorbed information like a sponge, but only used it to cause trouble. Today, she was accompanied by the stench of motor oil and brought with her a look that said, "I'm an invincible genius." She was mostly right about that one. Alright, I know that look. Spit it out. Sounds like the fox. It's me! What? I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the crap, kid. What are you after? I'm busy dealing with a customer. I'm not really needing any attention. Shut up, Kishan. Thank you for the pets! I need an extra pair of hands, and none of my ashlings are around to help. Don't you have any clamps? We got you a bunch for your birthday last month. They're all being used for other very important things. They were not. Pretty sure I saw one on a table upstairs earlier. No, I really need a helper. She was like folks when she speaks. Ashley, I'm busy. Please. Hey, I could probably. Please. I could. Come on, Ashley. You gotta let us work. I'm not gonna get anything done down here if I have to keep going upstairs to find the screwdrivers you've misplaced. But. Hey. No dice. What about Chai? He can help me. But what about... He's emptying the dishwasher. Sound familiar? It should, because I told you to do it an hour ago. Oh. Yeah. It's really no trouble. Oh. Where do I take this guy? All I think he's busy with is being dead. Wow. Hey. Come on. Ashley, I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'm sure he would rather relax than be bossed around. Also, manners. We've talked about this. You've got to be more respectful in front of customers. Please? I'm happy to go upstairs. Really, it's fine. I don't have anything else going on. And I'm super dead. I'm cool with it. I am Kishan, very dead guy. Happy to help. You sure? I can't just send her back upstairs. Promise. It's fine. I just sit around and be a pain otherwise. Perfect. Come, peon. We've got work to do. Sounds like me for real. She's gonna work him to death. Hey Joe, good morning. Ashley wasn't getting enough attention, but with Maddie's newfound responsibilities, some sacrifices had to be made. That meant the kid would just have to occupy herself more often than not. She still felt guilty as hell about it, and... I reckon this place needs more fans. Jesus Christ, Jay! You're gonna give me a heart attack, you old bastard. What's in your mind? Fell in the clouds, as per usual. Did I look like I was thinking weighty thoughts? Excruciatingly so. What's going on? Nothing important. Just my resting bitch face. Yo, what a mood. Happy Thanksgiving, let's go! Thank you! It's Thanksgiving in Canada, guys. Well, tomorrow, but anyway. Happy Thanksgiving. Nope. This one's different. How so? Your facial expression is reminding me of the time you tried to fistfight that cosplayer. Wait, what? Oh, the samurai? The one who barked in, waving his gift store katana around and demanding satisfaction after I refused to put 15 shots in his coffee? Weirdly specific. What's it look like? Looks like you just got threatened with 1,000-fold Nippon steel. It's a precious memory, so I remember it very clearly. A mix of deep disgust, a whole bunch of derision, and a tiny pinch of pity. More ninja shit with. Yep, that's me. What a mood. Sounds like me for real. The girl of the cosplayer. You alright though? Real talk. I'm fine. I'm actually fine, or let's not talk about it, fine. Yes, okay, I understand. The second one. Pharaoh. Offer's still open if you'd like to talk things out. In the meantime, sorry, can I grab that tea towel? One brain cell crew. My hands are wet. Oh, yeah, here you go. So, did dishes need hand washing or? I'm sure I told Ashley to empty the dishwasher earlier. Nah, things busted. Door latch won't close, might call the repairman. Ashley shouldn't wash him by hand anyway. Her arm will corrode. So, I did it. Not a problem. Yeah, fair enough, why would her arm corrode? I didn't notice her arm. So, like I mentioned, it'll need a repair, unless you wanna let Ashley at it. I'd call the repairman myself, but our landline stopped working last week. We have a landline? Yes. It's the only one I have left and I will defend it. One brain cell defense squad. Ancient technology. An inelegant tool for a less civilized age. Only works when you pay the bill though. I don't know if it'd be cheaper to get it repaired, or to just buy a new one and give Ashley the old one for parts. The costs are pretty close, all things considered. Hey, don't work too hard. You'll worry yourself into an early grave. Hey, you spent 50 years digging holes. That sounds like pretty tough work, old man. Ow. How old are you? Old man. For your information, I'm barely, 170-ish. I'm failing to see the inaccuracy. It was during a literal gold rush. Everyone was doing it. Only thing different about me is that I eventually started digging up things more interesting than gold. Only kind of gold I'm interested in is brown gold. Coffee, I mean coffee. Shut up. So is he like a ghost or? Hey. So... I know it's just another stress on the stress pile, but I think we need to put in an order for more kitchenware soon. Ugh. Yeah, another thing that costs money. We're beginning to run out of cutlery though. It keeps disappearing, not sure where. I don't know how long you can wait before we get more. We're all ghosts on the inside. Did you know there is a skeleton inside you? Don't know if we can afford that this month. Just, you know, everything's a bit too pricey right now. Yo, what a mood. Doesn't help that the coffee cartels keep pushing prices up. I don't think the importer is part of a cartel. They're quite nice. I've seen photos of their kids. You ever spoken to them? They're obviously criminals with the prices they charge. Wholesale my arse. We're all just skeletons wearing human skin. In fact, yes. And yet, we keep buying from them. Well, yeah. The beans are good, man. It's just everything else on top of them that's stressing me out. Ah, yes. I'll happily accept the blame for some of that. It's fine. You don't have to. I know it's all on me. I've just got to figure out how to pay everything off. Everything and everyone. The shitty council of debt and doubly shitty time debt we owe to them are the last things I want to think about right now. Council of debt and the doubly... The time debt? Huh. I've lost enough sleep already. Hey, I'm here to help. I'm worried about you, you know. You've had a lot of responsibility dropped on you in a very short period of time. And I can't help but feel a little bit culpable for that. I know. Yeah, I know. And you... I can't thank you enough. Shh. It's alright. Hold yourself together. We'll figure it out as a team, just like we always have. I just don't want to deal with it, you know. I get it. And I don't want you to feel like I'm imposing or interfering too much. I know the cafe is yours now. And even though things are a bit much at the moment, I know I keep saying this, Maddie, but I don't know how much time we have to deal with all of this before things start falling apart. Things are already falling apart. Barista deal with student debt, not gonna lie, still has a chill charm too. Yeah. She does though. That's probably why I like her already. Things are already falling apart. You're going to have to face reality at some point. You know that, right? Jay, oh my god, yes, I know! I don't need any more reminders from you. Back off, man. The council's always on my mind. I can't escape them. My best is all I can do, okay? Just because you're my best friend and my old boss and my mentor doesn't mean I need you preaching at me about how I need to deal with my problems. Because they're my problems now. Not yours. Alright, no worries. I'll give you some space. Might go check on Ashley. You seen her recently? She's upstairs. Drag a customer up there, talking about clamps or something. I'd better go rescue them then. Be back in a bit. My problems, I lost sleep over them first. Shit, he's right, isn't he? We really could use some more plants. So, we're gonna strap a big old steak knife to it. And make them fight each other. I love it. This is gonna be great. I wanna build something that gets put on that TV show Raw Battle Royale. With flamethrowers on it. You're not gonna put one on this little guy, are ya? A flamethrower? Probably not. But I want you to record the fight on my phone so we can send it to the producers. Yeah, sure thing. Let's get this knife attached. Hee. Help me those zip ties. Zip ties.
And the knife. Knife! And my coffee!
Are you sure? Robots. Who haven't give you that?
Coffee! Damn it, it's empty. My coffee's empty, Kishan. The world is beginning to vibrate.
Maybe it's good that your cup runs empty, yeah?
I think my cup needs to run it with more espresso in it.
How many shots did you put in there? Is this legal? I do not know, probably not.
Too many, Kishan. But did anyone ask Icarus how many shots of espresso he had?
Oh, she has a robot hand.
Yeah, I'm reading a book about Icarus. He flew to the sun. I'm cultured. And unrelated news, I have a headache.
I think you might want to read a little more about Icarus. As legal as Muse upgrades Sonic Q. Oh god, don't remind me of that. There's a twist ending to that one.
I'm holding a knife, Kishan. No spoilers.
No spoilers. Promise. He's just looking like, do I really want to get in there? You can't withdraw if you keep the caffeine level for months. Alright, Chai, just say hi. Try not to get a knife slung at you this time. You got this. Ahem. Hey, kids.
Ah! Intruder! Kishan. My buddy. My pal. Did I get him?
No. You missed.
Damn it.
But... wait. You threw it on purpose?
Extremely on purpose, yes.
I'm fine, by the way.
Oh, it's just you.
Would it have been worse if it was someone else?
Probably. Unless they were an actual spy, came to steal my robot designs. Then it would have been good. Hey, I think I'm crashing.
Oh no. Is she... okay? Protect the zip ties. What would even happen if it hit a dead person? Excellent question. Did I kill her? She'll look up in about 15 minutes with no ill effects. But you probably shouldn't give her any more coffee. She turns into a real goblin. Oh, she told me that it'd make her immeasurably powerful. I mean, she's not wrong. But, you know, great power, great responsibility, yada yada yada. She's 13. Kid's got plenty of energy already. Maybe not the sense of responsibility, though. Yeah, I don't even know how I ended up sitting here attaching knives to robots. She's very... convincing? You don't have to tell me, mate. She basically lives here. Her parents will kill me if they find out Her parents would kill me if they found out she'd nearly killed me. Pretty good blind throw, though. She makes me proud in the weirdest ways. Did she learn from the best? She is a girl. She did, but the best definitely wasn't me. Matt is pretty deadly with knives. Loves her flashy tricks. Bad habit, probably. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being very rude. My name's Chai. I used to own this place. I just sort of sit around and cause trouble and sometimes have knives thrown at me, I guess. I'm Kishan, and I died today. Achievement unlocked. Welcome to the terminal. Okay, this is very interesting and fun already. I'm loving it. I work in a restaurant that's not uncommon. The knives?
Ah, I'm alive? I'm alive? Oh, we got a loud one here.
Oh, be nice. You know it's scary waking up.
Big lights coming towards me.
I think it's reliving his last moments.
Looks like it. What is happening?
Hello.
Yo, the music slaps!
Crab rave, yeah.
I do not remember having this many limbs. Join the club, pal.
We are reborn in a new image.
I see.
I'm Kepler, nice to meet you.
And I am Jacobi. I am undefined.
I don't know if that name will stick.
Its body's made of a milk carton. Should we just call it milk?
No, too basic. Imagine if you called me Goon just because I'm made of a goon box. I wouldn't like that at all. Ashley was yelling about someone called Lovelace the other day. That's a good one, I think.
How does our new friend feel about it? Acceptable?
Excellent.
Nice to meet you, Lovelace.
I don't know what that was, but I love the music. Confused doesn't even begin to cut it.
Look at you, turning into a responsible human being.
During intermissions at the end of episodes, you can freely explore the terminal. Memories are scattered throughout the terminal that delve into the tales of its patrons. More locations and memories become available as you progress through the main story. Oh, okay. Mario was about to leave the counter when an old-looking man pushed the door open. He was hunched over, and he walked with a bit of a limp, and even at this distance you could see the leathery texture of his skin, a testament to many years well lived. Mario had been about to leave the counter to Che, but there was something in the way the man walked that made her want to stay long enough to see if he had any special requests. She wasn't sure she would like the man, and in fact she was fairly sure that there was a good chance that she wouldn't have much to say to the man, or much that she would be interested in hearing from him. But it was obvious that the man had paid his dues, and she felt that she owed him at least a few moments of her time. Even if he hadn't done anything in life worth of admiration, he at least had done enough to earn her respect. It was only when the man sat down that Mary saw that his skin was cracked, but not wrinkled. His body had been aged, but it had been aged by the elements and the sun more than it had been aged by the passage of time. The slight limp of his step could have easily been the limp of a young man who had spent one day too many lifting loads that were 1 kilo too heavy for him. He took the seat directly in front of her. "Use your food here?" Apparently the man was more interested in finding out what was on offer than figuring out where he was. Mary kept herself from visibly smirking. There was something she liked about guests like that, people whose only question was what was on tap. Mary glanced at Che. He gave a nod of assent. Yes, Che was willing to play the role of grillmaster today. "We do serve food," she said. The man squinted up at the menu above him. "My eyes don't work too well this light," he said. "Got a paper menu?" Mario reached under the counter and pulled out a menu that looked just as aged as the man sitting in front of her. Its scars were from coffee stains, not cuts, but as watched the man hold the menu, there was something about the combination of the two of them that felt right to her. The man stared at the menu for a good deal longer than it must have taken him to read everything on it. He finally spoke after a long considered pause. "Do you suppose it would be a problem if I were to order something if I didn't intend to actually eat it?" "That's not the kind of thing that will offend me," said Maddie.
Actually, it was exactly the kind of thing that would offend her. Yet there was something in the way that the man asked that made her feel like whatever reason he might have for not eating food he was served, it would be a good one, and she was half interested to find out what the man's reaction would be. "I'll have their grilled halibut," he said. "Ah, halibut," said Maddie. She understood. Many people enjoy the concept of grilled fish more than they like it in practice, and if this man knew himself well enough to be upfront and honest about that, she could respect that. "I can't promise that it's never been frozen. I hope that's not a problem," she said, sure that it wouldn't be. "Sounds like my kind of fish," said the man. "The best halibut swim in cold water. Ain't a problem if that water happens to be in solid form after the halibut passes." She nodded to Che, who nodded back and headed back to the freezer. The man placed both of his hands on the counter and folded them. There was something serene in the way that the man sat there, with no inclination to glance around and inspect the cafe he was in, no nervous movements in his legs, no strained expression on his face to express that he was waiting for something to happen. He looked so calm that Mary almost didn't want to disturb him, but she chafed at the idea that only squeaky wheels were deserving of grease. Some wheels were just too polite to ask. "Do you want a drink while you're waiting on that?" "I don't think I need a drink," said the man. "All right," said Matty, picking up a whiskey bottle and placing it in his field of view, a reminder of what he was free to ask for. The man squinted. "Is that Jack Daniels?" "Indeed it is," said Matty. The man's shoulders rose a bit in what looked like barely a chuckle. "Got a fondness for that particular drink?" "It's just that we share the same name," said the man. "I'm Jack Daniel. No relation to the distiller. I had several friends who took it upon themselves to check. As you might imagine, I've seen a lot of those bottles over the years. It's the kind of gift that people enjoy giving you when you have a name like that." "Is it a gift that you enjoy receiving?" "It's always a pleasure to receive a gift," said Jack. "It's nice to know that you have friends who care about you and think about you." "Is it a gift that you enjoyed consuming?" "I had a shelf in my flat where I collected them, waiting for other people to come so I'd have an excuse to open them." "Ah," said Matty, picking up the bottle and placing it below the counter. Sorry if I brought up a bad memory." He laughed. "Where's a bad memory? They're good to receive from friends, and good to share with friends. It's a reminder of the people who I was close to, and the things I did with them. No need to apologize for that." Matty smiled. She was beginning to find that she liked Jack, and it seemed like Jack was the kind of person who liked her, if for no other reason than that he liked people, and Matty was people. She chuckled with him, and she enjoyed the chuckle so much that she almost missed Jack's momentary sideways glance, an unguarded moment when his mind seemed to be on something other than what he was talking about. It was only an instant, but it was a flicker of pain that she learned to recognize over the years. There was something in him that was hurting, even as he remembered his friends. A sense of loss? A regret about something left unsaid? Matty wasn't sure. Whatever it was none of her business. But she wanted it to be her business. "Well, anything you want, just ask," said Matty. "Cup of water, a warm glass of milk." "Warm glass of milk? How old do you think I am?" Matty shrugged. 5 or 6, just the right age to drink a tall glass of milk before being shooed off to bed at 8 o'clock in the evening." "I'm just barely older," said Jack. "But if I do want a glass of milk, I guess I know who to ask." "Nothing wrong with milk." "Exactly! Milk is good." "Is that all? It doesn't go on? You can't leave me hanging like that." The Fisherman. 1. Yo, this place looks very comfy. I would love to have like a cafe like this nearby. Oh, with all the little books in the middle. The Shining Tree. I mean, the Shining Tree is not necessary, but Thinking about alchemy the wrong way. A cafe with a little library sounds nice? Yeah! Highlighted passages from Thinking About Alchemy the Wrong Way by Sophie Cordova. Most study of alchemy throughout history can be categorized as either practical alchemy, that is, alchemy which aims to understand the world only as well as is needed to fulfill certain utilitarian ends, and philosophical alchemy, that is, alchemy which aims to come to a more complete understanding of the world as it is, without prejudice for which portions of alchemical understanding can be wielded to utilitarian ends. Something in my face. Yeah. In the modern alchemy movement, there had been a tendency within literature to place a greater emphasis on philosophical alchemy, based on the premise that coming to a more complete and correct understanding of the universe is the best way for us to discover new practical methods for the physical use of alchemy. Much of this is based on the modern scientific movement and the post-Enlightenment era. Much like our understanding of theoretical physics gives us more accurate models of physical reality, which have real applications in engineering, having a better understanding of alchemy on a philosophical level informs our practice of alchemy. However, it may be that this focus on alchemy, which places an emphasis on being correct rather than useful, has thrown out the baby with the bathwater. What? Admittedly, my position here is hardly biased. The fact that practical studies of alchemy have largely been chased underground is the reason that the tome you're reading is self-published, rather than distributed through more official channels. For example, underappreciated in the development of modern alchemical practices is the use of a 5-element model. Early pre-Aristotelian alchemical models were based on an understanding of 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Later, Aristotelian alchemical models separated elements into 4 categories of earth, water, air, and fire. While this model may be more accurate and reflect an evolution of our understanding of alchemy, it seems to sacrifice the more practical separation of elements in a way that better allows us to understand less tangible things. While wood is not an element strictly speaking, it helps for us to think of it as such. After all, juxtaposing wood against elements such as metal and fire makes it apparent that wood possesses certain soul-like qualities that other elements lack, which might prompt us to question what it is about wood that seems to make it behave like a super element, with practical uses beyond the conventional. There is a great irony in the fact that while these kinds of questions eventually led us to discard the 5-element model, the new model no longer allows for the existence in this sort of question to exist in academic literature. This book serves as my guide to asking the wrong questions to arrive at the wrong answers that nonetheless seem to work. It is a book for troublemakers and rule breakers. Indeed, the fact that you hold this book in your hands right now is probably evidence that you have broken several rules to acquire it. That, or you are a rule enforcer tasked with destroying my work, who for some reason has decided to take the time to read it. Perhaps you are reading my work in search of identifying information which might lead you to my location, or you are reading it to gain a better understanding of someone whom you consider to be an enemy. Perhaps, after reading my work, you will realize that my ideas are not so dangerous as you've been to believe, or perhaps you will realize that they're exactly as dangerous as you've been told. When are you gonna tell me how to revive someone at the cost of a life? Yeah, exactly. What do you mean alchemy is not all about that? Okay, and I go to her to continue. Or was it an arm? It was both. Crucible product reviews. Spirit-resistant quartz crucibles with self-sealing lids. Product description. Heat-resistant up to, holy shit, 1650 degrees Celsius. Self-sealing lids from airtight seals are on the crucible round rim. Highly resistant to corruption and spiritual interference. Clear inner and outer covering allow for easy spotting of cracks or imperfections. Quality suitable for mixing potions and filters. Average rating 3.5 stars out of 5. Product reviews. 5 out of 5. I love this. The covering, despite being quartz, has a textured appearance that gives it a silky smooth feel to it. Most crucibles feel sterile and cold, but this one makes for a perfect beverage container when entertaining guests. 4 out of 5. The previous crucible set I used was inherited from my grandmother who brought them over from New England. Unfortunately, 2 months at sea were not kind to her spiritware, and her crucibles were filled with tiny cracks and microfractures that allowed unsightly-looking soot to build up, leaving them stained with hard grey lines everywhere, looking like they were about to crack apart at any moment. She used them for several decades to come, but every time I worked with her and watched them heat up, I was afraid they were constantly on the verge of shattering. One she used to contain a lost wayward spirit for several days before finding a home for it, and I would get up at night to check the embers under the crucible, and it always unsettled me seeing how fragile the container was. Several times I found myself tempted to tip the crucible over, just to see how easily it would shatter under my soft touch. Needless to say, this new set is much nicer. They are sterile, and I can keep several of them in my bedroom without feeling unsettled by their presence. 2 of the crucibles in my set arrived with small chips in them, but I contacted the manufacturer and they replaced them at no charge. The replacements were express shipped and the process was quick and painless. It's a great customer service and they offer replacements up to 1 year. For the price, it can't be beat. Then why did you give me 4 or 5? Why did you give it 4 out of 5 stars? And what's with the all day life story? 4 out of 5. On mine for 2 weeks and it didn't crack. Decent for the price. 5 out of 5. Received mine in the mail this morning and can't wait to try it out. So glad to have finally found someone selling crucibles at a reasonable price. A brand name one costs over 200, which is just outrageous. 1 out of 5. Bought this several weeks ago since it was the cheapest crucible on the site advertised as spirit resistant. I'm working on a filter for my graduate thesis and purchased 100 of these for lab use. My plan was to monitor 100 different animal spirits over with different types of plant matter and compare how different biomaterials affected their vigor over a 90-day period. The first day I set the first 5 with samples of mugwort, feverfew, ginger, ginseng, and golden seal. I placed them in the crucibles over low heat, 80 Celsius. I left them overnight, and over the next 2 days did the same with all of the remaining crucibles, finishing on a Friday and leaving the lab alone for the weekend. When I arrived back on Monday, I knew that something was wrong when I noticed a rain cloud hovering over the door. It's not uncommon for rain clouds to appear at any time of year at any time of day in our part of the country, but it's quite another to find a rain cloud localized entirely within the hallway of your research lab. I braced for the worst, but I guess I should have braced harder. Nothing could have prepared me for the smell when I opened the door. The 4 or 5 back-to-back reviews were pure comedy. I immediately felt my eyes watering and actually found myself choking. It smelled so bad. I slammed the door shut and went to the basement to grab one of the emergency respirators we keep down there. Unfortunately, the respirator did little to mask the terrible stench inside of the lab. I opened the first crucible and saw that it was filled with a tar-like substance, and as I studied its inky black grating form, I felt the air suck out of me, almost like it was trying to drag me into the abyss with it. I threw it onto the floor, and the container shattered, splattering the floor with the tar-like substance, which began slowly crawling across the room. I grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and sprayed the tar until it was completely covered, and heard what sounded like a sputtering noise followed by a long gasp and a scream that faded into oblivion. After poking at the fire extinguisher spray, whatever was underneath was clearly quenched. I took the remaining crucibles and placed them in the oven and baked them at a temperature of 1600 degrees for several hours as I sat alone in the lab, contemplating the cruelty of existence and wondering what my academic advisor would have to say about my thesis project. After several hours of waiting, I opened the oven and checked the contents of the crucibles, revealing nothing but ash. Whatever it was that had been drawn by the spiritual emissions of my lab work, it was gone from my world. But the memory of that day will haunt me for all the remaining days of my life. Sheesh! How is this the fault of the product? Exactly, I don't know! I'm like, okay, are you saying they break easily? Was that the point? One out of 5. Do not buy this crucible for spirit-related applications. My wife is one of the product designers who work on this item. The crucibles in this listing come from a manufacturer called Marsecurity LLC. Back in 2013, they were some of the best hardware you could get for your money and earned a reputation among hobbyists as great value for anyone working on a budget. In 2016, they did a survey and found that fewer than 3% of buyers were actually using the crossbows for spirit-related applications, and decided they could cut costs by removing the spirit-resistant properties. However, they found that products advertised with updated ad copy to reflect this didn't sell as well, so they continued using the old product description, which advertises it as spirit-resistant, with a new product line, which is not spirit-resistant. Sheesh! 1 5-star, yeah, I used it for my research and my research exploded. They got greedy, I know, right? I don't know how they are getting away with this. Apparently, the definitions of what is actually spirit-resistant are legally murky, and the number of people affected is small enough that they continue to sell well. Stay far, far away from this one, and warn anyone you know of who might buy an item like this that it does not work as advertised. 5 out of 5. Nice color. Nice color. Yo, look at that bread. Anything back here that I can touch? Locker style. Uh-huh. Yo, bread! Yeah. That was like a review. 5 out of 5. I like it. Chai sat in the corner of the cafe with a book in his lap. His eyes danced over the page for several moments, the words on the page illuminated by the candle that sat perched on the armrest of his chair. Then, after several moments passed, he turned the page. He hadn't actually internalized any of the text on the page, nor had he taken in any of the text on the 50 preceding pages. He was vaguely aware of the fact that the book kept on referring to a man named Henry, who Che presumed was the protagonist of the book he held in his lap, but beyond that knew little to nothing. Che didn't particularly mind this fact. In fact, if he started actually following the story that was told in the pages of this book, he would consider it a great failure. 5 out of 5 stream cute fox. Oh, thank you. Che enjoyed sitting down with a book, and he enjoyed the platonic ideal of reading. But when it came to telling stories, he found books to be a poor substitute for a person sitting next to him. He didn't pick up books when he wanted to be told a story. He picked up books when he wanted to be alone, to sit with a comfy chair and bask in candlelight and sit silently in a meditative state. He turned another page. "Hey," said a familiar voice, interrupting him. "I'm in the middle of a book, Ned," said Che, if you hadn't noticed. That was the book's secondary function. It deterred people who might see a man sitting alone and seize upon the opportunity to start a conversation when he was not in the mood for conversation. Oh, what a mood. Hey, Koji! It's 10 months, let's go! Thank you for continuing your sub. Hey, thank you for the follow, Elro! What's up? Is it a good book? Said that. Honestly though, I will hate when my mom will talk to me. ¿Sabes español? Sí. Se habla español. No hay problema. I would hate it when my mom would like interrupt me when I'm reading. When I was reading, she would come like ask me questions and I'd be like, I'm reading! Un beso, bye. Bueno, gracias. Mwah. I was enjoying being alone with it, said Che. Yeah, you look really engrossed. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've got a favor to ask. Why is it always to ask a favor? Said Che, looking past Ned and speaking to no one in particular, even though there was no one but Ned near enough to hear him speak. Why is it never, "Hey Che, I just wanted to stop by to offer you a favor"? I did that one time, said Ned. You said you were busy, which I figured was your way of politely saying, please don't bother me with this kind of visit, so I stopped. Did you? I don't remember it. I'm sure you do remember it, said Ned. It was from back before you started forgetting things. Sometime around... When did the war start? You're going to have to be a lot more specific, said Che. You know, the war with the soldiers and the guns. Oh, wow! So specific. Ah, that war, said Che. I did narrow it down a bit, didn't I? I'm not that old, said Che. Wars were fought with guns even when I was a young man. Same for you. Did they? Well, it was the war with the... Ned trailed off. He raised a hand to his face and flicked his helmet, mimicking the unmistakable ping of an M1 Garand. Yo! Love that shit. Thank you for the hydrate, Koji. You know, the shooty shoot bang bang war. World War II? Which one was that? The one with the Nazis, said Che. That sounds about right, said Ned. Anyway, I came to ask a favor. I hope that favor was to spend a few minutes of your time having an inane conversation, but we already did that, said Che. Thank you for the stretch! My, but you're snippy today, said Ned. What's gotten into you? Che held up the book. A good book is what's gotten into me. You're not even reading it! Sorry, said Ned. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't urgent. I'm in need of an interpreter. You speak Cantonese, right? Yes, said Che. Great, said Ned. Can I steal you for a few hours? Not if it is to be an interpreter, said Che. Why not? You speak Cantonese, and you seem fluent enough in English, so why would you say no specifically to translating? Translating is hard, man. Being an interpreter is not as simple as being bilingual, Ned. Isn't it? I figure you heard things in one language and say them in another. Seems simple to me. Are you literate? Said Che. A bit. Can you write a work of great literature? Said Che. Nope, said Ned. Well, there you go, said Che. There's more to translating than being bilingual. Oh, come on, said Ned. I'm in a pinch. I'm not asking you to be a great interpreter. Just an adequate one. There's lots of bilingual people around, said Che. I'm sure you know other places to ask. Yeah, but, you know, I know you're not the kind of person to spill secrets, said Ned. And it's the kind of conversation that I just want to be between me and one other person, you know? Great, said Che. Not like you need a professional interpreter. I hear they're great at facilitating those kinds of interactions. Come on, said Ned. What can a professional interpreter do that you can't? A lot of things, said Che. But for one, a professional interpreter is someone you can count on to allow you to use their mouth to say incredible stupid things without letting you or your counterparty know just how stupid they find interaction. Funny that, said Ned. I always figured that's the kind of thing you'd be good at. Because I'm so good at holding my tongue? Yes. I've tried before, said Che, kicking up his feet. Being an interpreter pays well if you find yourself working for the right people, and it leaves your hands a lot less callous than some of the work I found myself doing instead. But you'll notice my hands have calluses. Turns out holding your tongue is oftentimes harder than digging holes. Come on, you know how to be a diplomat, said Ned. Fuck off, said Che. There, that was me being undiplomatic. Now, will you kindly find another solution to your problem, one that doesn't involve me performing a task that I've told you at least twice now that I'm not going to do? Ned started to say something, but I stopped just short of making an utterance and backed off. Hey, Maddie, Ned shouted. No, Maddie replied. I haven't even asked you for anything yet, said Ned. I know, I thought I would save you the time, said Maddie. Ned sighed. What is it with you people? Maddie turned toward Ned and glowered at him. You people? Ned raised his hands defensively. I didn't mean... Look, I just mean that you two, you're... birds of a feather in quite a few ways. Maddie stared at him, and Ned contemplated whether there was any way for him to make a statement grouping Maddie and Che together without making himself look worse than he already did. He sighed in frustration. You know what your problem is? Yes, said Maddie. I know him quite well, and he's standing right in front of me. The diplomatic option would have been, will you kindly fuck off and leave me be? Exactly. Yo, but what's my hate towards this net guy? What did he do to deserve that treatment? Why are we all hating on him? Anything else around here? No. It's a little robot. Ashley's journal 1. Ooh! Robot and Rodale Rose power rankings. Windlass. When I first saw the name of this bot, I thought it was still to be like a girl who could run controller storms and run like a ninja, a real lass of the wind. Or maybe a gear of the elements, someone with the ability to become the wind itself. If I were a windlass, I could vanish in an instant whenever Maddie appeared. She would look around and say, "Where's Ashley?" And I wouldn't be right there, but she wouldn't notice it because I would be one with the wind. Then when she left, I would fade back into the room like a ninja. This will only work outside and in the rooms that are really breezy, so I would probably set up fans in the workshop to make it really drafty. Then I looked it up online and learned that windlass is actually a fancy name for a winch used to pull anchors up, which at first made me think this bot was lame. It works by hooking its arm under enemy bots and pulling it up to flip them over. It never even tries to smash the other bot to bits or melt it with fire. But then I watched it in action and realized that flipping your enemy on their back to incapacitate them is the ultimate ninja move. Windlass moves like a master, spending the entire match trying to bait its opponent into exposing its weakness. And then, like a ninja master that knows how to jab at exactly the right pressure point on the back of the neck to make your enemy's head explode, Windlass grabs the enemy bot by the one part of it that happens to be sticking out at the wrong time and flips it onto its back. Note, most bots only have wheels or legs on the bottom, not on the top, so when you flip them over they are totally helpless and the match is over. To avoid this happening, make sure to put wheels on the top as well. Isn't a windlass the thing you use to wind a crossbow? I don't know. I've never heard the word until now. When I make a bot like Windlass, I'm going to call it Badass because that's what it is. Good for you, Ashley. Can we go upstairs? No, we can't. Yo, but that looks so comfy, what the fuck? Okay, but before continuing though, let me stretch. And give me like 2 minutes or so. I'm gonna go make myself a drink because I'm gonna need it. I already drank all my choky milk, and I'm gonna need hydration if I'm gonna keep reading. So I'll be right back, guys. Feel free to stretch your legs and all that. Go to the bathroom, whatever. I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna run some ads, by the way.
Alright, I return. With hydration. I forgot to turn off the kitchen light. There we go. I am back! I might take another short break after this episode. I wanna put on some more rice. On the rice cooker. Or I'm gonna put some rice on the rice cooker. That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say. But it's still too early, so let's go rice. Hell yeah, rice! But yeah, still a little too early for that, so like after this episode I'll probably do that. Have you tried seasoning rice when you do it in the cooker? Yeah, I always do. I mean, we quote unquote do. We used to use this, how it's called, the little seasoning cube thingies. I forgot what they're called. Because I've never called them by their English name, ever. So. Los caldo. Yeah. We use those. I mean, we bought them in like liquid form, so we use those. Never done much more than that though. What is it in Spanish? I'm not sure, but like, we call them caldo. You know, because it's like, you made the base for like the caldo soup. With that. So my mom always called them caldos. Because I mean, technically caldo is like the broth. You know, when you make soup or stuff like that. But I think that's what she used to make the broth. With like flavor. So she always called them caldos. And that's why me and my sister always call them, and I've never actually looked at their name in English. Since I always go to the supermarket with her, so I'm like, oh yeah, we have to buy some caldos. Anyway. Continue? Yes. But yeah, we should do them with just that. And salt. I like to try adding more stuff. It's just my sister is a bit more picky than me when it comes to eating, so I don't wanna just put whatever, you know, and try how it comes out, and then she won't like it and won't eat it. Man, I'd love to see that. I could use a pick-me-up. I can't promise he'll be there. It's kind of inconsistent. But still though, a hallway that's only there sometimes. How do you get to the kitchen otherwise? There's another, slightly longer one that we use instead. It's much less exciting, but on the upside, it's consistently there. I love telling new people about it though. The reaction is always hilarious. I definitely didn't expect to be getting enthusiastic today over a weird quantum hallway. Or enthusiastic at all, actually, because as soon as I stopped to think about it, I realized I'm actually extremely messed up about this. Here, I'll take it. Your very own foxy cooking. Yo, what's with the Cthulhu circles? I understand, your life has gotten very weird very fast, conceptually speaking. Or, your own life? I should be better at talking about this by now, shouldn't I? Oh, jeez, that's not a fun one to think about, huh? Just keep talking about the hallway so I can keep my mind off this. To be honest, I'm not sure I could even properly explain a lot of what goes on in here. The building's mildly sentient. Too much magic in the soil for it to not be, really. So the cafe's alive? I love her weird-ass shoes. Not necessarily. Plenty of things have come to life here, but as far as we can tell, the building itself doesn't really fall into that category.
Also, it mostly tends to shift itself in ways that are helpful instead of frustrating, so... Quantum hallways. I'm making myself a cuppa. You want something? Nah, I'm good for now. Also, what's the barista's name? I didn't actually catch it and I feel like a jerk. Ah, Maddie? She's the owner now, not just a barista. I still makes coffee, of course, but since she's the owner now, she has a lot more to juggle. Why are you asking? Got your eye on her, eh? No, I have a boyfriend. But you're dead. Have? Oh jeez, this is a lot. I can't imagine how he's feeling. Try not to think about it. Okay. Yep. Okay. You want a drink now? I think I want something a little more potent than coffee right now, sorry. Don't enable him, Kishan. Shush. I can get you something stronger, mate. Shot of whiskey, perhaps? I thought it was a cafe? Well, it is. Mostly. We do serve alcohol, though. And stronger things on request. Stronger? Like what? Baijiu? Absinthe? Pure ethanol? You think a place like this wouldn't have anything stronger than that? Stronger than pure ethanol? Sure. Stronger than coffee? What is this miracle brew? By the way, am I peeking at some points? Because I shouldn't be, but I feel like when I laugh I see my thingy go red and I get scared. Sure, remind me later and I might pull out some of my special reserve. Don't enable him, Kishan. Hey, someone's gotta drink it. I know you're not gonna touch this stuff aside from setting it on fire. Excuse me, I have perfectly good reasons for wanting to set a bottle of distilled soul on fire. We'll agree to disagree on that one. So, Kishan, where'll it be? Actually, I changed my mind on the coffee. Can I order something complex? Gotta treat myself on my last day on Earth. I'm after a sugar rush. But we have the ingredients. It shouldn't be an issue. Mari can whip it up for you. Cool. In that case, can I have a large quadruple shot, double vanilla caramel, no foam, super hot, reverse, coconut milk macchiato. What? Oh my god. With 2 sugars and whipped cream on top. Maddie? Yes, dearest? Can you... I don't quite know how... Is this real? Oh, is it too much? I was gonna ask for that shot of whiskey Che mentioned earlier, but it seemed a little extra. Well... Yes, it is too much. I don't think even a Starbucks will serve that. Why? Because it's a fuck-up order, man. Dang. Every single word of that increased my urge to set the espresso machine on fire so I wouldn't have to think about making coffee ever again. Oh, but the whiskey's fine, I do that too. He went full on instant your season fall flavor, yeah. I have a counter offer which you have to accept. Yeah? I'll make you another double shot long black, and I'll put whiskey in it, but I won't call you a hipster this time. If you decline my offer, on God, I will strip your soul from your body and use it to scrub the counters at closing time. They will smell delicious afterwards, if that's any consolation. Yikes. That does sound like a competitive counteroffer. Not the sour thing. I'll take the coffee. My generosity knows no bounds. I love her. Normie. So, to conclude, that order sucked because it defies the laws of physics, has a heart attack's worth of sugar in it, and is something only wankers ask for. Is it possible to die twice? Yep. You can die twice if you're brought back from the dead, or if you manage to really annoy someone between here and the next place, which is more likely because resurrection is illegal. But if you're asking whether you can get a heart attack or whatever, the answer is no. Life and death have a slightly different meaning here. Can't die from natural causes. It's a bit complex and weird, and we're still in the process of figuring out how it all works. I'm over 200 years old and I still haven't made proper sense of it yet. Just got some vague ideas. Right. So what's keeping me from just staying here? Like, I'm already dead. Why do I have to go to the next place? You've got a certain number of hours you're allowed to remain on the edge of the mortal realm. Hours are fungible. Fungible? They can be bought, sold, and exchanged. Generally speaking. But the Council of Death always collects on debts out to them, and you'll start running up a debt if you stay here too long. Your soul starts to get itchy too. It's not something you want to experience. We've had a few stay past there a lot of time, and they've gotten very uncomfortable very fast. It starts with general irritability, and then worse things begin to happen. It's a weird thing to wrap your head around. How long do I have before I need to make myself scarce? You get 24 hours. Any longer and we start to pick up the tab since you're on our premises. And as charming as you are, we already rack up too much time debt from letting people stick around past their expiry date. We're deep enough in the hole as it is, hours-wise. And cash-wise, we're extremely poor. We've been a bit too lenient in the past, letting people stay just a little longer instead of gently shooing them onto the next plane of existence, etc. You know the drill. But hey, since hours are fungible, you can always acquire them some other way. There's something happening tonight, actually, that you might be interested in. Seriously? You're still doing that? Shush. You know the council doesn't look on that stuff favorably. Ned said so himself. It draws customers and helps us shave down the debt. I'll take whatever I can get. And hey, fuck Ned. We have a 13-year-old right here, you know? Oh. She's heard enough coarse language for a lifetime. I'm not too worried about her. She's right, though. What? Every time Ned comes around, he makes you guys really stressed out. Hey, Burger! Hello! Maybe not you so much, but Maddie gets nervous and it brings down the mood, man. So, fuck Ned. Goodness, I think you've had too much coffee today. She crashed it again. I am crashing so hard right now you have no idea. It's like I was crashing earlier, but that was just a pre-crash and I'm having a double crash or something. Is that coffee boba? Yes. It's on my head. And it moves. All I ask is that you try and keep the swearing to a minimum when customers are around. Okay. Does Kishan count? It's fine. A couple of my housemates are tradies, so you learn to ignore it pretty quick. Are tradies? Where tradies? Ugh. They're still tradies unless they changed career in the last couple of days. But they're not my roommates anymore. Because... Hey mates, have I mentioned how much being dead sucks? Because it sucks and I feel extremely bad about it. Having a pretty bad time right now in general, to be honest. Yep. Even just adopting your language is a pain, isn't it? Want a proper drink now? Without coffee in it? Yeah, that'd be good. The TV didn't say anything about there being a storm tonight. Huh. It looked like a decent sized one throwing in. Melbourne weather strikes again. I'll go upstairs and close the windows. Cheers. Come on, Ashley. Let's clean up your workbench while we're up there, yeah? Yeah. Do you need a bribe? Yes. I have some chocolate hidden away. Acceptable.
I like them.
Wait. Dead people can still get drunk, yeah? Why else do you think we serve alcohol? To make money? Well, yeah. Hang on. Do I even have my wallet? Doubt it. I don't. Yeah. How does that work? Why do I have my clothes but not the contents of my pockets? I don't know, dude. Everyone's experience is different. That doesn't follow many rules. Only universal rule I can think of is that you can't stay. People don't generally come in without their clothes, fortunately. Generally. So about this drink. I guess you're gonna give me straight vodka or something? Why's that? You don't like making complex drinks. Dude, no. I don't like making ridiculous caffeine-laced milkshakes for overcompensating soccer dads. I'm happy to mix a cocktail within reason. Oh, okay. What you got then? Chase got everything you can think of. And then some. I could go for a main julep. Hey, what's that outside? That looks like a person. Outside? Some guy out in the rain? Ah, shit. Maddie? Maddie, what's up? Let's get started on that drink. Whomst? Yo, what's up with your head? What? Morning. Hi? Hello, recently departed? Hey, that hat you're wearing kinda makes you look like... Ned Cully? I could have sworn you were standing outside literally a second ago. Just look at this dude. So, how this one car kit? Good morning to you too, Ned. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, Madeline. Piss off, Nedward. That's not even my full name. Isn't it, Maddie? Chase said it was, and he never lies. He never said that. Well, no, but it was worth a try. A try at what? Catching me off balance? Some shit along those lines? Mate, I am so off balance right now that a light breeze will knock me head over arse. Don't push me. Hey, this main julep is great. Just wanted to contribute that to the conversation. So you catch the game last night? No, and I do not care to discuss the export with you or anyone else. Don't try it. Oof. Just making polite conversation. You should try it sometime. Maybe. Not for you though. You've never come in during daylight hours before. What do you want? Nothing much. I'd like to talk to Che at some point, but it can't wait, seeing as he is... missing? An attempt was made, Keisha. He tried so hard. Didn't get very far though. Planning on sending out a search party? I do. It'd be a shame to lose an old friend by letting him wander onto some train tracks or something. Yeah, well... shut up. He's upstairs, last I saw. What was the last you saw, Maddie? Tell me. Why are you like this? What was it? Last saw him walking upstairs. So he could be anywhere then. Probably fled the country to dodge the massive time that you lot are racking up. He can't go far. I've got him on a pretty tight leash. And in regard to the death... It's not your problem. You must not have heard. Not your problem. How we know that in the end it didn't matter. For real. Che! Your dickhead friend Ned is here. Oi. I'm a distinguished gent, not a dickhead. I'll be down in a sec. Yeah, sure, but you also work for the Council of Dead. So even if you are a distinguished gent, it cancels out. Is the Council of Dead like a normal city council, except for wherever dead people live? Yeah, but the only trash that needs to be collected is right in front of me. This guy? Me? No. You. You're the trash, Ned. The trash is you. It's you. Ned, the trash man from hell. Because constants pick up trash. That's a joke. Oh, cool. Poor Keishan. He's even got a head shaped like a rubbish bin. It's totally fitting. I'm not from hell. I don't care. And to be clear, Ned, in case we weren't already, you are the trash. Yeah, I got it. You know how long Chai is going to be? Dunno. He was busy upstairs with Ashley. Yeah, I had to hide, like 5 steak knives from her. I didn't even know we had 5 steak knives. Kishan is so out of his element. Yeah, poor dude. Be quiet there, mate. How long have you been sitting there? Does it matter? Well, your employee is being very rude to me. So if you'd heard any of that... I keep trying to tell him. Ah, my employee. Yes. We have some catching up to do. I don't follow. Did she quit? Did you fire her for gross incompetence? Ha, far from it. There's been a bit of a shake-up in the cafe's management structure since your last visit. Oh no. Don't tell me you gave her the whole thing. Okay, I won't tell you. I tried to tell you before, man. Hey, does anyone else like Mindulabs? Because this is great and I'm nearly done, but also my tongue is numb and I'm wondering what the deal is with that. Was there something you wanted to discuss? I need a drink before we go through all that. Sure. The usual? Yes, please. How come he gets a curly straw? Really? You're worried about that? So, Che, spin me a tale of how and why you handed down the cafe to this person. Well, every man's got his price. Can my price be a curly straw too? Buddy, I'll give you 2 if it makes you stop complaining about numb lips. Yeah, what do you make this with? I couldn't find healthy ingredients, so I put in a bunch of baijiu and, chili seeds. You got some of the stuff, though, so it's a main julep in spirit, if nothing else. Does it have any mint or julep in it? Or at all? It definitely may be lacking mint, and I cannot confirm nor deny the existence of the mythical julep. You asked for baijiu earlier, though, so there you go, mission complete. Mari, I'm getting very drunk very fast. Baijiu will do that to you. Here, I think you should have a little lie down. I'll get you some water. I'm as strong as an ox. I don't need no lie down. Kishan, my dude, you absolutely need to get horizontal as soon as possible. You can sober up in one of the booths of the back. It's nice and quiet over there. I'll fight ya. I'll win though. How you get, mate? He's gone. Kishan died again. Bloody hell. It would have been helpful if you told me about this before. Probably. I'm not worried about it. Mary knew what she was getting into with this whole cafe situation. And it's natural that it might take a while for her to get the hang of running a business. Bloody hell. Bit of a dog's dinner though, isn't it? Oh, for sure. But it'll get better. Like I said, not worry about it. Well, you might want to hold your judgment on that for the moment. I am, unfortunately, here on official business. Oh. I shouldn't have given you the straw then. No, you shouldn't have. I look quite silly. Want me to get rid of it? It's just Maddie. She won't use it to derail our conversation or make me look like a fool or anything like that. Oh, she will. Straw? No, I'll get you one after you have a nap. You can sip the water like a normal person. I'll put it with the dirty dishes then. The sacrifices I make for this job. Hey, you made me through it. So it can't have been all bad. That was bloody 100 years ago. Man, really? Longer. Time flies when you're immortal, huh? Quasi-immortal. This old rust bucket's still got an expiry date somewhere down the line. Was this about immortality? Hey, you should buy more plants. Shut up! Sorry, continue. Immortality? Nothing that I trust you with, that's for sure. Don't you want to see crotchety old me being rude youngsters in 100 years? Truly, I do not. The far future doesn't need amateur necromancers. You're those. So, you two heading upstairs? Actually, Ned does, in fact, have something fairly important to discuss with you. Oh? It's about the debt you owe. To the council. Yeah, I know. What about it? What's with those shorts, man? Maddie, it's time. You owe us over 600 hours. Chase signed a contract. The hours or the cafe. You own the cafe, so you own the debt. And tonight, I've come to collect. Will Tuch... Sorry if Tuch mutes this. $600 hours of what? Of time. No, so basically they explain that dead people can buy, like they have 24 hours to mingle with the living before they need to like pass over. Yo, that was sick. Yo, what's with this anime opening shit? I love it. But yeah, yo, I'm loving this. They explain that dead people, they can buy hours to stay longer. Necrobarista. But like, the hours automatically start accumulating once you go over. And the thing is that if people stay over at the cafe, since they are in their premises, the debt goes to them if people stay over there a lot of time. So apparently they let people do that too much. Or I don't know if it'll have something to do with Che. But apparently they owe a lot of time for some reason. Not gonna lie, I want it to be a series. Yeah, me too. Like, definitely after I'm done with this game, I'm gonna look if they'll do something more. Or if they're planning on doing something more, because this has been really fun so far. Really interesting. That was kind of intense. Do they do that often? The song and dance thing? Yeah, what do they think they are? Some sort of anime street gang? What sort of self-obsessed jerk has their own theme song? Don't be a downer, Paul. No, I was talking about the dramatic encounter. Oh no, the game is self-aware. Oh, between Maddie and Ned? Yes. Yeah, they've got chemistry. Not the romantic kind, the explosive kind. Can't live in the same room together or they'll kill each other. Bad history? Maddie's just a serially troublesome person, from Ned's perspective. Doesn't help that she can't stop herself from pulling pranks on him. No, I suppose not. I mean, he doesn't make it easy either. I don't think think he's used to having his authority questioned. She really gets under his skin.
Wasn't he a famous criminal?
Wasn't he a famous criminal? And therein lies the irony of the situation.
What a strange world we live in.
Also, the music is amazing.
This shouldn't be a depressing memory for any of us.
Doodle mode is now available. You can now speak to Ashley to access Doodle mode.
What that's for? Are you saying I can draw?
Oh wow, I'm on the second floor. Let's go. What are these? Plants.
Aha, there's something here.
Oh, here's the continuation of the Fisherman. Fisherman 2. The expression on Jack's face was expectant when Maddie came out of the kitchen carrying his plate. Expectant, but not impatient. The expression fit his posture, sitting upright with hands folded and resting in front of him. Your halibut's ready. Jack's eyebrows raised when Maddie set the plate down in front of him. He closed his eyes and lowered his chin just a tad, allowing the scent of grilled fish to waft into his nostrils as he drank in the odor. As several moments passed, a smile crawled to his face, and he grabbed a fork and began cutting the halibut up. He was several mouthfuls in when Maddie spoke up. "I thought you said you weren't going to eat it," she said.
"Couldn't help myself," said Jack.
"It smelled too good to not give it a taste, and tasted too good to stop."
"I couldn't help but notice the hesitation," said Maddie.
Jack held up the fork, which had a piece of the fish speared on it.
"You know, a fish like this, you never know what kind of memories it's going to bring up. Not all memories are good, but this fish, it tasted like adventure. Conquest."
"You fish much?"
"You could say that," said Jack with a grin.
"I make it out."
Made it out on the water several days each year.
"Catch any big ones?"
"Lots, I'm sure," said Jack.
"But I'm more of a quantity over size kind of person.
The most important weight is your tally at the end of the day. I'm not the patient kind of fisherman."
"Where should you learn to be so patient if you're not from fishing?"
"Fishing's the only time I'm not a patient man," said Jack.
"Funny," said Maddie. "I tend to hear the opposite from a lot of people."
"I take really long vacations," said Jack.
"That's when you fish?"
"That's when I don't fish," said Jack.
"Ah, you're a fish tradesman."
"Better known as a fisherman," said Jack.
"Well, yeah. You could have led with that, you know," said Maddie.
"Didn't I?"
said Jack.
"Well, like I said, I don't get out on the water very often."
"And yet it's your profession," said Maddie. "I think that will mean more days on the water."
"Such is life in Alaska," he said. "Fishing season gets shorter every year."
"Ah, of course," said Maddie.
"Halibut are seasonal.
You can only catch them when they migrate, is that it?
It's a kind of business that only open a few days out of the year thanks to Mother Nature."
"Thanks to the government," said Jack.
"In 1970, halibut season was 150 days long. Then it got shortened to 100 days.
You only work 100 days out of the year?"
"No, ma'am," said Jack. 100-day halibut season was before my time. By the time I found myself on that side of the Pacific, they were down to fishing derbies. Actually, that's what got me out there."
"Derbies?"
"All the fish you can catch for 24 hours. They're spaced out. Fishing season is just a few days a year now."
"Can you make a living doing that?"
"You can catch a lot of fish in one day," said Jack. "That's why they had to shorten the season. It doesn't take very many skips on the water before you have a problem with overfishing. I was sold on the promise of working for several days out of the year and being able to come back home and live the good life the 360 days out of the year that I didn't have to work." He grinned in a way that suggested he wanted Maddie to prompt further.
"Did Alaska deliver on that promise?"
said Maddie.
"Is America truly a land where the streets are paved with gold?"
"The streets aren't paved with gold, even though I'm told there's black gold to be found in Alaska."
But yes, Alaska did deliver what was promised. I worked several derbies a year, and I made enough to live pretty well. I skipped the part where I was supposed to come back home. What's the matter? Said Maddie. Didn't want to sail back to Australia? Afraid of getting seasick? No, ma'am, said Jack, apparently missing her joke. You met someone who convinced you to stay? A few someones, said Jack. You spend some time working escape with someone, that's the kind of bond you don't find easily, and not the kind of thing you give up easily. That kind of bond, working only a few days out of the year? Said Maddie. It's intense, said Jack. It's like being in the line of duty. It's a little like going to war. War against the fishes? War against the sea, said Jack. When it's all you can catch for 24 hours, you don't have time to be safe. When the day arrives, you're out on the water, no matter the weather, and those skiffs are not large boats. For every 1,000 fishermen that go out, 997 come back. Firefighters have better odds on that. Soldiers have better odds on that. So yes, it is a bit like going to war. He looked down at the fish in front of him for a moment. There were some times I could swear I could smell death on the water, and every time you pulled up to shore with a boat full of fish and the same number of men you left with, it was a giant middle finger to Death's face. He broke into a grin. In those moments, you never feel more at home. And when you have that kind of experience with someone, you don't fuck off to spend a year in Australia, you know? He tapped his chest. I'm one of them now. Jack looked around, and Maya realized it was the first moment she'd seen Jack really take notice of the space he was in. His eyes squinted as they scanned the shelves behind her, and the people at the tables around him. But I ended up here. I think I always knew I would be here, sooner or later. No, it doesn't go on. I'm so interested in his story. What's this? Yo, pool! Billiards, 1. Pool table, I love pool. Brad. Brad took a sip from his beer. It was non-alcoholic, but there was something about the dry aftertaste that kept him frosty. He leaned over the table and lined up his next shot. He had the problematic 9 ball in the upper right corner. He had a low percentage shot on it if he elected to back it in, but he had 2 other stripes in the lower left to set it up. If he had an audience, he'd go for the bank shot for sure. He liked the chance to shine. But today there was no one to impress, no audience or flashy low percentage shots. He took the shots on the 11 and 12, and 3 shots later sunk the 9. An easy shot on the 8 sealed the deal. Brad scanned the table. 4 solid balls remained, a dismal performance on his part. Or a stellar performance on the part of the stripes player. That was the problem with playing against yourself. You always won, but you always lost too. Brad chugged the remainder of his beer and added it to his collection of empties, which now stood 5 bottles strong. He took a moment to survey the room. His table was the only one of the 4 that was in use. That didn't come as any surprise to him. It was early in the evening, and he had grown accustomed to spending time alone in this room. He knew when he could come here to be alone, and when the other sharks showed up. Brad grabbed the triangle. It was looped around his collection of beer bottles, to set the bowls in order for another round. Someone came up the stairs, and Brad looked up briefly, long enough to see a woman who he recognized as the door-faced barkeep who had served him the beers that kept him company for the past hour or 2. Several steps behind the woman, he saw an older-looking man. The man stopped in front of the table opposite Brad's and began chalking up his cue. Brad directed his attention to the man. He usually offered people a game when they came up, but the man seemed prepared to keep to himself, so Brad said nothing and tried to focus on his own table. He set up to break, and the older man coughed as he shot. He hit the cue ball just a fraction of a degree off. It bounced off the rack into one of the side pockets, and the rest of the balls jostled around the table. Stink. Brad didn't swear when playing. didn't swear when playing pool. His earliest experiences with competitive billiards had been in an environment that forbade obscenities and issued full penalties every time he let out an involuntary shit or fuck. He had to find cleaner substitutes. Break, came the sound from the old man's table. 2, 3, 4. Brad put down his break cue and picked up the leather trip cue that was leaning against the table. 5, 6. Brad chalked his cue, trying to avoid the tilt from his bad break. 7, 8. He lined up to shoot and realized that the man was already fishing his balls out of the pockets and collecting them in the triangle. Brad did a double take. Had the man sunk the 8 ball after 8 strokes, including break? Brad continued playing at his own table, but kept an eye on the older man this time. It happened again. Break, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A perfect clean sweep. As the old man began clearing the table, Brad walked over. "Excuse me," he said, "but I couldn't help but notice you just hit 2 perfect games." "What's that?" The man turned to Brad, squinting at him. Brad repeated himself, a bit louder this time. "I was just complimenting you on 2 perfect games. Impressive stuff." The man heaved his shoulders. "Sometimes you get a bit of luck on your side." "Still," said Brad, "you don't see novices getting 2 consecutive perfect games." The man offered another ineffectual shrug. "Do you, want to play a game?" Brad gestured to his own table, which was already set up. "Most of the people who came around here tend to be novices. I've been itching for a bit of competition." Brad paused, but the man said nothing. "Of course, if you prefer to play your own table, I don't mean to intrude." "We can play," said the man. "Though, if I can shoot perfect a 3rd time, you won't get to." "I'd be impressed if you could pull that off," said Brad. The older man racked the balls, and stepped away from the table to let Brad break. Brad leaned over the table and took several practice strokes before finally connecting with the cue ball. The break was weaker than he had expected, but he managed to sink 1 ball. He looked at the table, annoyed, and realized that he hadn't bothered to check if the rack was frozen before he broke. His next shot was straight into the middle pocket. He briefly visualized the trajectory of the cue ball in his mind. It would easily knock the 6 ball in, then bounce towards the front of the table. Brad wasn't confident of where exactly the ball would stop, but he was confident he'd be able to do something with it. He took the shot and the 6th ball went in. Solids. After the cue ball settled, found himself with no good options. Brad smiled. Making something out of nothing was his specialty, and after a few moments of eyeing different angles, he settled on a shot towards one of the bottom pockets. A strike ball was in the way, so Brad hit the cue ball several degrees to the side, curving its trajectory around the enemy ball. It hit the solid 3 ball, and the shot was made. Brad looked at the man, hoping for some kind of reaction. The man's mouth remained a flat line, but his eyebrows arched. If anything, the man's lack of obvious expression struck him as a deliberate attempt to not show a response. That he had managed to get a slight rise out of the old man felt like sweet victory. Brad made his next shot quickly, an easy straight-in shot on the 2 ball, made without thinking about where the cue ball would land. That was a problem for future Brad. But several seconds later, present Brad found himself scolding past Brad for putting him in such a foul position. He was corner-hooked. With the cue ball trapped next to the corner pocket, the only angles available to Brad existed in a 60-degree arc. He surveyed his limited options and breathed a sigh of relief as a relatively straightforward bank shot presented itself. It was an awkward angle, but he knew he could coax the 3 ball into the opposite corner pocket. He took the shot, watching as the 3 ball rolled compliantly into its designated pocket. Unfortunately, the cue ball went with it, ending Brad's turn and placing the ball in the man's possession. Stink. Brad could have sworn the man winked at him as he fished the cue ball out and lined up a simple shot on a side pocket. The 9 went in, then the 11 and the 12. Brad found himself taking it for granted that each striped ball would enter its designated pocket and instead focus on the cue ball. Somehow the cue ball always wound up in a position that presented the oldster with the ideal chip shot. Ball after ball fell off the bed, until finally only the black 8 ball and Brad's solids remained. Fortunately for Brad, the 8 ball and the cue ball were at opposite sides of the table with several of Brad's in between. The man eventually gave up and settled for a defensive shot that put the cue ball behind the 8. Now the tables were turned. Brad was the one cut off from his balls. He lived for shots like this. He took the shot. The cue ball hit the 8, and the 8 hit the 1, and the 1 hit the 7, bouncing it against the front of the table and into one of the side pockets. This someone will never be balling, oh no. Brad couldn't help his smile. Things couldn't have gone better even if he'd planned them. Instinct and muscle memory did what his calculating mind couldn't. Now that the table was conveniently free of strike balls, Brad had no trouble sinking the remaining consecutive shots he needed to close out the game. As Brad lined up the final shot on the 8 ball, he stood at the older guy. If the man was reacting, he couldn't tell. Brad closed his eyes as he completed the final stroke, as he always did. He wasn't really religious. He had stopped going to church with his mom when he was 12, but it always felt right to leave the result of the game to God. Damn, said the old man, as the 8 ball fell into its pocket. Brad flinched. He had been hoping for some praise from the man for winning the game. Perhaps a dime was all that the man was prepared to offer. Excuse me, said Brad, but I don't think we bothered to exchange names. I'm Brad. Thomas. The old man extended a hand. I've got to say, said Brad, you're quite a player. I take it you're not from around here? No, said the man. I grew up in Brisbane, retired in Sydney. I'm just passing through. Brad nodded. I figured. I actually grew up in this neighborhood. Played on tables just like this when I was a kid, so I know most of the folks on the local competitive circuit. I guess someone like you will have to play competitively, huh? You don't pick up skills like that in a tiny pond. You'd be surprised, said Thomas. A man can accomplish quite a bit when given enough idle time. But you have played competitively, said Brad. I used to, yes, said Thomas. I actually formally retired many years ago, but kept a table at home for practice to keep my mind sharp. Where did you compete? Oh, I toured in England. Wait, said Brad. You were a pro? A pro makes a salary, said Thomas. I won enough to cover my travel expenses and to make up for the time I spent not working a real job. Brad couldn't hide his excitement. Wait, you said England. Did you ever play in the World Billiards Championship? Yep, said the old man. I played the WBC for a few years, but eventually decided the title was a summit I'd never reach. So I quit. Wait, said Brad again. You said your name was Thomas. Are you... Thomas Walsh? Indeed I am, said Thomas. You're a legend. I think you might be overstating it, said Thomas. Even when I was at my prime, I wasn't the best. Results speak for themselves. Nah, fuck that, said Brad. You are a finalist for 6 years running. Nobody's ever been that consistent. Even the best pros who manage to run hot burn after more than 2 or 3 years. Thomas sipped his beer. I spent hundreds of hours watching your videos, said Brad. I didn't realize there were videos of me, said Thomas. I have tapes of the finals from 1967 and 1968, said Brad. They didn't record them before that, but your last 2 years got recorded for posterity. They're kind of rarities at this point, but I had a coach who had a vault of old footage. Coach? Thomas arched an eyebrow. Yeah, said Brad. You didn't have a coach? Thomas shook his head. We mostly just taught ourselves and each other. Sometimes you got to practice with people better than you, but that was it. Well, I mostly taught myself, said Brad. But after I started winning some regionals, I joined a team so that I could get sponsored and have a group to train with. I had no idea competitive pool was a thing. Interesting. Brad waited for Thomas to question further, but no question came, so he decided to continue without an invitation. I won the WBC in 2012. No luck since then, I take it, said Thomas. Brad stammered out. Well, yeah. He laughed awkward. I've never been a consistent player. Not like you, anyway. He offered a sheepish grin. My mom had an album full of article clippings talking about me like it was some kind of prodigy, the next big thing. Now it feels like it'll forever be a footnote in history. Brad waited for the words of affirmation to come from his hero. Thomas just took another drink from his glass, finishing off before setting it down next to Brad's empty bottles. Said Brad, feeling foolish. Can I get you a drink in exchange for another game? It will be a real pleasure. Sure, said Thomas. Get me a Guinness. Actually, make it 2. Brad sprinted down the stairs and returned several minutes later with a tray bearing 2 pints of Guinness. Thomas began setting up the table for the next game, Brad hovering over him. You know, said Brad, this place is pretty magical. You need to play a game of pool like this. He wasn't quite sure how to say it, but figured Thomas knew what he was getting at. I mean, this is the sort of place where anything can happen, you know what I'm saying? Not anything, said Thomas. There are limits. Well, yeah, said Brad. But still, 2 former champs, one coming back from beyond the grave, so to speak. That's not the kind of encounter you'd expect to have anywhere else. Thomas looked at him. Magical indeed. When I woke up here, I didn't realize that you were, well, he rubbed his chin. Let's just say that I don't meet a lot of pool pros at bars. He took a sip of his beer. You want to break? Sure. Brad broke, and with hands guided by instinct, managed to sink 5 balls consecutively. Like magic, his shots always connected. Some people might buckle under pressure, but Brad's performance always seemed to rise to the occasion. With just 2 straight balls left, Brad knew he was on a streak, but as he lined up his next shot, he took a moment to consider the position of the 8th ball. It was nestled in an awkward position behind Thomas' balls, but if he could clear a path to it while sinking the last stripe. Brad looked at the sea of balls, and knew there was no way for him to mentally calculate every vector, but instinct had gotten him this far, and he wasn't about to stop listening to it now. Brad took the shot, and the cue ball knocked the last stripe ball into the corner pocket. Then the cue ball bounced off the table, back toward Thomas' cluster of balls. Brad grinned in elation as the cue ball hit a solid, which hit another, and another in a chain reaction that sent the 8th ball hitting right toward the corner, just like he'd wanted. It was headed right toward the corner, where there were no balls to intercept it. It was headed right toward the corner, into the pocket. He stopped grinning. Brad knew with a growing dread that the friction of the cloth wouldn't be enough to stop the ball in time. He watched the impending disaster happen in slow motion, powerless to stop it. The game had been going so well. He'd been about to hit a perfect game in front of his childhood hero, and now he was going to lose it in the most inglorious way imaginable. An accidental, illegal combination shot. Brad closed his eyes, but not even God could help him now. He didn't need to see it, the sound of the ball plunking into the pocket was enough. He lost the game. Is that how it ends? Okay. That was weirdly intense. Rip indeed. I gotta say, I'm loving the writing in this game. Like, even these small stories. I feel like they're written so well. Where's the other one? Here. Delicate operation. Oh no, an Ashley one. Ashley stepped behind the counter and winced as the floor creaked under her feet. Maddie was nowhere to be seen, but Maddie did not possess a remarkably sharp sense of hearing. The writing for these tiny vignettes are so good. I know, right? Maddie was nowhere to be seen, but Maddie did possess a remarkably sharp sense of hearing. Luckily, the cafe was empty as Ashley tiptoed to the case where Maddie kept the baked goods. Ashley lifted the glass lid of the case and closed her eyes as the scent of yesterday's lamingtons wafted up and overwhelmed her. Ashley had spent most of her life convinced that she didn't like coconuts, but that had changed the day that Chai introduced her to lamingtons. To be fair, Ashley still wasn't sure that she actually liked coconut. Chocolate frosting could make anything taste good, but she couldn't deny the cake's irresistible allure. Ashley lifted a lamington from the case and gently set the lid back down. She raised the lamington to her lips and opened her mouth to take a bite. Ashley? In a moment of panic, Ashley shoved the pastry into her mouth and sealed her lips. Her mouth was quickly overwhelmed by the pastry's thick frosting covering, and she did her best to choke it down before turning to face Maddie. "Hmm?" said Ashley, hoping that her cheeks didn't betray what was inside. "Ah, good, you're here," said Maddie. It was a bad sign anytime Maddie expressed pleasure at seeing Ashley. Normally, Maddie wavered between being annoyed by Ashley's presence and being indifferently tolerant of her. Anytime Maddie was happy to see Ashley, it meant work. I need you to deliver something to Che for me, said Maddie, turning to the counter to pick up a small bottle of something. As Maddie turned her attention to the bottle, Ashley took advantage of her momentary distraction to gulp down the remainder of the pastry. No time to chew, but her teeth wouldn't have done much good with the thick frosting. You're not busy, are you? Said Maddie. Ashley shook her head no. The pastry was no longer inside her mouth to create a conspicuous bulk of cheeks, but opening her mouth would reveal the thick chocolate frosting that was still probably present on her teeth, so she kept her lips sealed. Good, said Maddie. He's upstairs. Get this to him ASAP. She handed the bottle to Ashley, and Ashley found herself surprised by how light the bottle was. Looking down, she could see that the bottle had thin walls. Within those thin walls, it contained some clear liquid, and its seal was held in place with a metal clamp, hermetically sealed. Ashley turned toward the stairs, holding the neck of the bottle in one hand and let out a sigh. One last thing. Ashley swallowed her sigh with a gulp and closed her mouth before facing Maddie, lips tightly shut. Be careful not to drop it, said Maddie. Thousands could die if you spill any of it. In any other situation, Ashley would have asked Maddie a probing question to figure out what was in the bottle, or get some idea of the significance of the task that had been assigned to her. Significant enough that thousands of lives held in the balance, but apparently not important enough for Maddie to do it herself. But Ashley's lips remained sealed, as she merely nodded and turned around. Lamingtons were not meant to be consumed in a single bite, especially by mouths as small as Ashley's, and the thickness of the frosting that lingered in her mouth and throat made her desperate to ask for some kind of drink, but she dared not ask for one. Ashley looked down at the bottle, unsure of the best way to carry it. The bottle was slightly too large for her to hold in just one hand, and grasping it in front of her with two hands felt awkward. The bottle wasn't heavy, but Ashley's confidence in her ability to carry the bottle without dropping it was less than perfect. Should she cradle it under her arm protectively? No, that seemed like it put her at greater risk of fumbling the bottle. The crook of her elbow wasn't as dexterous as her fingertips. She settled for carrying the bottle with one hand placed under the bottom to hold the weight, on the other hand wrapped around the neck to steady it. Ashley walked slowly with the bottle as she ascended the stairs. Maddie hadn't told her that the liquid was volatile, and the bottle was hermetically sealed, so there was zero chance of anything spilling out, but that didn't change the sense of trepidation Ashley felt. Armed with the knowledge that there were potentially thousands of lives at stake, she cringed every time she saw the liquid sloshing inside the bottle, leaping up and lapping at the edge of the seal. Oh, thank you. According to Wikipedia, a lamington is an Australian cake made from squares of butter cake or sponge cake coated in an outer layer of chocolate sauce and rolled in desiccated coconut. That sounds good, to be honest. Ashley realized her arms were shaking and pressed the bottle against her chest, hoping to steady it. As Ashley's hands shook nervously with the bottle held against her chest, she wondered if the large amount of sugar she had just forced down her throat had something to do with the shaking. It was more likely that her shaking was the result of being told that thousands of lives could be lost if she dropped the bottle. Still, the lingering taste of the pastry in her mouth didn't help. Ashley silently lamented the fact that she had been forced to consume the lamingtons so abruptly. Lamingtons were a treat to be savored, not shoved into one's mouth in a moment of panic. She hadn't even had the chance to properly enjoy it. It was hard to simultaneously feel the pleasure of a tasty treat and the panic of being caught. Whatever the outcome of this errand, she had wasted a wonderful pastry. Several agonizing minutes later, Ashley arrived at the top of the stairs and spotted Che standing at the handrail. As she walked up, Che turned to face her as she presented him with the bottle. Ashley cleared her throat of any lingering stickiness before speaking. Maddie said you needed this. Ah, good, said Che. I was running low. Ashley gasped with relief as Che took the bottle from her and started taking deep, labored breaths, suddenly becoming aware of how high her heart rate was. Che popped it up in the seal on the bottle, then splashed some of it onto a rag. Several drops dripped onto the floor, and Ashley let out a terrified squeak. Something wrong? Said Che. Maddie said that thousands of lives could be destroyed by what's in that bottle. Well, that's the idea, said Che, as he folded the rag and ran it along the railing that overlooked the cafe's ground level. This is supposed to kill 99.9% of all bacteria. That still leaves that still leaves hundreds of bacteria alive, but I try not to think too hard about that part. Ashley's jaw dropped. It's disinfectant? Yeah, said Shay. Why, did Mari not tell you? Ashley's shoulders slumped in a mix of relief and exasperation. She only told me that it could kill thousands. And you didn't ask what she meant by that? God damn it. No, said Ashley. I was preoccupied. Huh, said Shay. He turned his attention back to the railing, expecting it for a moment before continuing to wipe it. Ashley turned to head backstairs. By the way, Ashley turned to face Shay. He reached out and placed a finger on her shirt, wiping off a bit of frosting. He raised it to his finger and smelled it. Chocolate? He said. Yes, said Ashley. One of Mari's lamingtons? Yes, said Ashley. Chai nodded and licked the frosting off his finger. Go downstairs and bring one up for me too, will you? Man. My money is in that she saw her and wanted her to be paranoid on purpose as payback for stealing food. Happy story roll. 11-10. They weren't wrong. I mean, yeah, true. Mari was washing her hands when Ashley poked her head around the corner. Here to confess something, or here to ask for something? Thought Mari to herself as dried her hands and turned to face the girl. The grin on Ashley's face confirmed that it was the latter. Mari arched an eyebrow and turned to the coffee grinder. Ashley stepped around the corner and stood close enough to Mari to go by her field of view. Every time Mari turned, Ashley again repositioned herself. She was waiting for Mari to notice her. After a minute, Mari decided that having Ashley hovering around her was more distracting than indulging whatever it was she wanted to talk about. What do you need, Ashley? I don't need anything, said Ashley. Though now that you mention needing things, I think you might need something. Such as? An advisor! Ashley smiled triumphantly as she delivered the word. Uh-huh. What would I need an advisor for? To advise you, of course, said Ashley. And I suppose you have a suggestion for who I should take on as an advisor? Well, said Ashley, now that you mention it, I'm not too busy. I could be your advisor. Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. Because you're an expert on... advising! That's what an advisor needs to know about. And what makes you an expert on advising? I've been learning a lot about advisors, said Ashley. They get to help make important decisions, and then the person they're advising has to take responsibility for them. That's why I'd make a good advisor. She's got us there. She truly does. Because you don't want to take responsibility for your actions? I take responsibility for my advice. But if someone follows my advice, then that's their decision and their responsibility. Duh. I don't think I need an advisor, said Mari. Oh, but you do, said Ashley. Aren't you always complaining about how busy you are? Yes, said Mari. So busy that I don't have time to have extra counseling sessions with you. I'm not going to be your counselor, Mari. I'm going to be your advisor. The difference being... a counselor counsels and an advisor advises. Of course. Oh no, I'm Mari. Of course, said Mari. Busy people always seem to have advisors, said Ashley. The Prime Minister has advisors. Presidents too. All the most important people have advisors. And a tautology is a tautology. Their advisors tend to be more experienced than they are, said Mari. Advice travels from those who have it to those who need it. Well, I'm doing fine, so I don't need advising, said Ashley. But you could do with some advising, and I'd be happy to give you all the advice I've got. Plus, you're more important than I am. You're kind of like the Prime Minister of the Terminal, or the President of the Terminal, or whatever. The kind of person who needs advisors. I see, said Maddie. So, am I hired? You already have a lot on your plate, I'm sure, said Maddie. Nope, said Ashley. I've got lots of time free. In that case, you have time to wash these dishes for me, said Maddie, just tossing a drying rag to Ashley. Let me know when you're done. Wait, said Ashley. I'm only free to advise. I'm physically fatigued from a long day of work. Only my mind has extra processing power. I can only help you if it's by advising. Well, advising has physical responsibilities associated with it, right? Said Maddie. Like, sometimes an advisor will go to places to get important information. I guess so, said Ashley. I can't do anything that relates to giving you information. In that case, Advisor Ashley, I need you to give me a report on which of these plates look best when it's sparkling clean. But they're all dirty right now. Exactly. Time for you to do some investigative research. See ya! Unbelievable. How to get a kid to wash the dishes. This looks like one, yeah. Keep the balance. And this is another one. Maddie's inbox. What else do we have? Ooh, darts. Anything else around here, or are those two the last ones? For now. Yeah, they seem to be the last ones. I don't think I can go downstairs. And I can't climb these. Okay. So let's see this. Keep the balance. You're overdue this week, said Ned. He tapped the list of rules and Maddie kept posted by the door. This 24-hour rule. Are you sure you've been enforcing it? I think how you run things around here is none of your business, said Maddie. Actually, it absolutely is my business, said Ned. In fact, keeping the rules is basically my only business. That's kind of what the word enforcer means. I'm supposed to scold you for breaking the rules. So outed me. Fine, said Ned. Let me check your ledger. We don't keep a ledger, said Ned. Maybe you should, said Ned. Lots of places do. It's a great system. You have someone stand at the door and have them mark down whenever someone comes in or leaves. Then you forcibly evict people who are overstaying their welcome. I'm amazed that you don't have a system like that in place. Some people overstay their welcome, other people understay, etc. There's no need to strictly keep track of how long people stay, right? Just maintain the balance. You're right, Ned. All that matters is maintaining the balance. So maintain the balance, because when you don't, then we have a problem. We're a bit short-staffed to have someone acting as a full-time doorman, said Maddie. Figure it out, said Ned. He tapped the board listing the rules. Change 24 hours to 23 hours. When you say 24 hours, people think you just collectively mean one day, and they don't pay attention to the specific time. When you say 23 hours, people actually have to keep track of what time it is. That will be fine, said Chai, except for the part where you're cutting time of people's stays. Trust me, said Ned. Anyone who will go right up to the limit is probably going to go over it. 23 hours is going to mean 23 hours plus an extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half hour plus however long it takes to finish your drink. And if they live in less than 24 hours, who gives a shit? I give a shit, said Chai. You're right, you should give a shit, said Ned. In fact, you should celebrate whenever you manage to scooch someone out of here in under 24 hours. Because the balance is upset and you've got to correct it. He's not wrong. He's right, yeah. You can either correct the balance 1 hour at a time, or the council can come in here and repossess some souls. Or we can find someone who knows how to manage this property responsibly. He turned to Che. Come on, buddy. I don't want to have to take this place away from you. That will be quite the escalation, said Maddie. Well, you're already on the first level of escalation, which is a stern talking to, said Ned. Let's try not to escalate it any further. Chai sighed. Well, Maddie cut him off. We'll change the rule to 23 hours. Okay? Pass off. Whoa, really? Said Ned. Well, okay then. And while you're rewriting the signs, you should also take the green tea frappuccino off the menu. Frap should be for coffee, not tea. Done, said Maddie. Wait, really? Said Ned. Damn, I didn't realize you were so open to feedback. Also, that caramel... We'll take it under advisement, said Maddie, placing a hand on Ned's chest and physically pushing him toward the door. Hold up, said Ned. What are you doing? Removing an unwanted guest, said Maddie. I need the practice if we're going to start enforcing those rules you care so much about. Green tree fraps are good for Ned. Now said Ned as he continued backpedaling to stay bright. Look, you could just... Bye, said Maddie, as Ned crossed the threshold out of the cafe and Maddie shut the door on his face. She turned around, leaning her back against the door and sighed. She raised an eyebrow. You're serious about the rule change? Yeah, said Maddie. I'll change the sign and the menu after we close tonight. Wait, really? The rule change is just to keep him off our backs, said Maddie. And the menu thing? I've been meaning to take that off anyway, said Maddie. It's the kind of menu item that attracts the worst sort of people. Wow! They're calling you out, Kat. Well, okay, said Jay. Though I do think we should change the rule back to 24 hours after things have had enough time to balance out. Of course, said Maddie. We don't want to upset the balance too far in the opposite direction. What will we do with all that extra time anyway? Understandable holiday. Cat got shot and it wasn't Nightbot? It's more likely than you think. What's this? The science book! Oh wow! The science book. The book that talks about science. Maddie's inbox. From Janet and Ned. Are you seriously called that? I'm so sorry for you. Subject, Spirit Beacon leaking. All of science in one convenient book. January 25, 2014. To admin at terminalvelocity.org. Hi, Madeline. This is Janet from the location down by the docks. I believe we met in person for the first time last month. I was opening up this morning and noticed that most of our spirit juice was gone. I checked the map and saw that you're their nearest location with a spirit beacon. I think you may have drained some of our supply. Honest mistake, I'm sure. But if you could stop running your spirit beacon during peak hours, that would be much appreciated. Thanks, I'm looking forward to working with you in the future. Janet. From Janet Annette. Rare spirit beacon leaking. January 28, 2014. Hi, Madeline. Hope you got my previous message. Just wanted to give an update on the spirit juice situation over here. I had several bottles that I marked last night just to confirm the issue, and when I got in this morning, the levels were below where I marked them. We're definitely losing spirit juice, and you're the only spirit beacon close enough to be affecting us. Please modulate your use to reasonable levels. I don't think this should be a problem as long as you're not running your beacon overnight. Again, not trying to assign blame here, but please be considerate to faults at other locations. Thanks, Janet. And here we go again. January 31. She is not listening. Madeline. We are draining spirit juice over here so fast that if I sit and watch, I can see disappearing from the bottle. You're the only spirit beacon that is even remotely close to where we are, so we really need you to stop. If it's affecting us, then it's probably affecting other locations. This is completely unacceptable. Fix this now. Janet. She's not polite anymore. And here we go again. February 1, 2014. Hi, Madeline. Care to explain why you weren't at the terminal today when I showed up? I spoke with a girl named Ashley who said you decided to take the day off. What a coincidence. I was not impressed by the crying routine you had her do. Honestly, you should be ashamed of using a child's fake tears to try and hide from a situation that you caused. Turn off your beacon. I don't want to be the bad guy here, but if you don't do something, I'm going to have to get the council involved. Oh hey, this is another person. Clarence from Misplaced Cutlery. February 8. Hi Maddie. This is Clarence from the docks location. Just wanted to give you a heads up. This morning we found out that the site manager we recently hired, I believe you met Janet last month, was leaving a spirit juice in untempered glass bottles, and we had a bit of a leak. We ended up having a bit of a problem with some animated cutlery. Oh. Maddie's having a tall glass of not her problem, it seems. Yeah, for real. And it wasn't her problem. Who would have thought? The salmon was in high with them spirit juice in untempered glass bottles, and we had a bit of a leak. We have the situation under control over here, and we're mostly sure everything is accounted for on our end. Unfortunately, this started happening about a week ago, which might be enough for something to wander off far enough that we wouldn't be able to detect it. Very unlikely that this happened, but just wanted to give you a heads up in case a possessed steak knife wandered off far enough to find your beacon and decides to pay you a visit. Sorry about the situation. Rest assured that the person responsible for this won't have any opportunities to mess up anything of this magnitude again. By the way, are you planning on going to Am's birthday next month? Regards. Plans. From Mari Xiao. Misplaced cutlery. October 12th. Wait, she took months to answer? What a mundo. Hi, clans. Sorry I missed your message earlier. I no longer use this address. Please use contact@terminalvelocity.org for anything related to terminal business. Hope you enjoyed M's birthday party. I don't remember why I couldn't attend, but I'm sure it was a good reason. Maddie. Wow. Okay then. Oh wait, no, I can't go downstairs. I'm just done. This is the same. Enter doodle mode. Fisherman 1. Okay, yeah, these are already read. Cover product reviews. What's doodle mode? Do I wanna enter doodle mode? Yeah, let's check it out. What's the harm? Before my computer explodes. In doodle mode, you can draw a face for each Aisling. Whenever an Aisling appears throughout this game, you'll be able to see your artistic masterpiece. Oh my god. I can draw faces on them. I only have a mouse though, so my artistic abilities are very limited. You will be our victim. Wait, why is it showing me controller buttons? How do I draw with mouse? He's beautiful.
You're breathtaking.
What face do we draw on him?
Emotional damage.
No, wait. Again. Making circles is so hard. Why is the command not working? Oh, give him glasses? That's smart. Wait, I'll send you the game gacha link. Since apparently the command decided to not work. Oh, 100 below? Okay. Good work. What's wrong with you, bot? Oh wait, I changed the command. I apologize. The command is GG. Alright, back to my masterpiece. He's beautiful. Can I have a little bow tie? Can I have a little bow tie? Oh my god, yes. Look at him. He looks so polite. Save. He's gonna actually me. Okay, what do we do? What do we do with the milk dude? Amazing poster will be good. Very true. How is it an amazing poster? Imagine this is a perfect square. I know how to make lines. Oh my god. Roguelike, where's the roguelike? Let's see. Nyam. I can't fucking read. Oh, Cult of the Lamb. Okay, I'll add it to my endless. Thank you for your redeem. Where is my redeem list?
Cult of the Lamb. Join. Okay, so I owe you guys 2 Elden Ring streams, 1 Ori stream, and 1 Cult of the Lamb stream. I'm gonna get on that as soon as I can. But like, even if it takes me a while, know that I have them written down, so I won't forget. But thank you for your redeem! I might start next week. Elden Ring counts as a spooky, right? Right? Yes? Perfect. Yeah. Missing. Without G. You get spooked, probably. And this is like the blurb with information. Sorry, I haven't seen a missing poster in forever. It looks like one, right? If you look at it from far away. Look at our creations, they're beautiful. That's good, right, that you haven't seen one? I mean, yeah, it's true. Why is Maple the milk carton? Maple is missing, we're looking for her. She was last seen playing Fatal Frame. The poster is upside down. Oh, is it? Oh yeah, true, because the carton is upside down. Let's go see. Do they show up here? Or is it when they appear on the story? Looks like they're on the story, yeah. Yeah, but as I said before we start the next chapter, I'm gonna take another short break. I'm gonna start up the rice cooker, put some rice in there. Yo, look at the prices of the coffee, holy shit. What's this, a Starbucks? I don't know if you guys can read. That's a steal, is it? These prices are to die for, but I'm just I mean, I guess it is Australian dollars. I don't know, Australian money, I don't know how different it is in comparison. I don't know the exchange rates. Please understand, small cut on the edge of death, literally. But anyway, yeah, I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll probably just go to the bathroom and everything, so yeah, feel free to stretch your legs and all that fancy stuff. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. And again, ads are gonna appear, so yeah.
I return. The rice has been set. And I'm just gonna quickly check if my sister can send me something for Gar. Welcome back. Thank you! Anyway, the rice has been set. I'll have food in about an hour or so. Which is more than enough to jump into another chapter of this, so let's go. Continue? Yes. The rice cooker, I have a name. Yeah, the rice cooker. Wait, is that someone else or is that still Kishan? Day 2, 12 PM, the terminal. So it's noon. Oh. I love the style. Rise and shine. Don't wanna. You shouldn't waste your last hours on Earth sleeping. Man, I was hoping that I was having a really long, weird dream. Ah, sorry, not such luck. I'm still having trouble getting my head around it. I totally understand. Want a coffee? Yeah, do something simple. Here's your coffee, coming right up. What's going on downstairs? I didn't even know you had a downstairs. There's more to this place than meets the eye. Matt is down there, desperately trying to fix her death situation. It sounds like she's hosting a cage match or something. Well, not exactly. But she's mentioned wanting to do that. There's some wrestler called the Red Comet that she wouldn't stop talking about for a while. Wait a moment! What is this Valhalla callout in here? Huh. And then, because of that, Ashley got obsessed with wrestling for a bit and kept trying to suplex me. Did she manage to? She's tiny. We love some Valhalla references. A couple of times. Ha! It was very humiliating. I can imagine. But to properly answer your question, Matt is running a gambling ring. Downstairs? All by herself? It's a fairly unconventional one. And by unconventional, you mean... Mortals generally aren't involved. The stakes are higher than usual. Oh... Coffee's ready. Come over and get it. They gamble for time, among other things. You don't sound like you're a huge fan of the idea. I'm not. It's undignified. I mean, as long as Matt is not in danger, shouldn't it be fine? The council doesn't like it. They turn a blind eye because we don't cause trouble otherwise. But I'd rather not have to worry about bad things coming our way. Because Mario refuses to approach the problem from a different angle. And by the problem, you mean the death, yeah? I was pretty drunk, but I think I remember Maddie storming off after Ned turned up. Though the place where that coffee machine is hella dirty, true. Yes. I'm a bit worried about her. Wish I could help. You all seem pretty nice. The thought's appreciated. Maddie will figure it out eventually, though, I'm sure. She just needs time. Hey, thanks for the coffee, by the way. I just realized you haven't actually made me pay for a bunch of them. Heh, how do you expect to pay for them? It's fine, maybe. Alright. Yep, no cash. If I were feeling particularly capricious, I'd ask you to pay in time. But you're a nice kid, and you need every minute you've got. You wanna head downstairs? I can see your eyes darting to the stairs. I'm not going down, but I'm also not gonna stop you. Yeah, if that's okay. Go on then, I'll stick around up here. Catch you in a bit. I love the music so much. That won't go well with sanitation. I mean, most customers are dead anyway. They didn't give him some money to pay the ferryman. I'll let him sleep there. The stairs that led down to the basement were solid and well-worn, with small ruts on each step and a handrail that had been polished to a silky sheen through years of use. Kishan had always liked stairwells. People never lingered in them for long, and he had found them to be a good place to catch a breather. I'd buy a CD of this OST if they had one. True, they might sell the OST on Steam. He wasn't obsessed with them. That'd be weird. But he definitely appreciated a nice set of stairs. Or for the reflection, it was probably a little weird. Downstairs, Maddie's audience clamored for blood. From you to me. With the understanding that your remaining moments on this plane are limited, you surrender this time freely without coercion as agreed. Contract fulfilled. You're free to go. Phew. That's 3 in a row, you bloodthirsty bastards. The crowd cheered. Maddie was clearly an expert at winding them up into a frenzy. Who's next? But what are they playing at? The room fell dead silent. Come on, isn't anyone here brave enough to challenge me? I thought you came here to play with knives, you pansies. Seriously? Anyone? Don't hold out on me. Cough. They need to pick someone out from the crowd then? Is this what we'll come to? Maddie's gaze swept the audience. Kishan! Good to see you, Bright. Interested in a game of skill? Me? Yes, you. Sure? Give me some enthusiasm, my man. Sure. What's the game? 5-finger fillet. Some of the people in here just call it the knife game. You heard of it? Oh, finally something I'm good at. Oh, sheesh! Episode 3. Rise and Shine. Maple. Ah, yes, the knife game. Why are you good at this game, Kishan? Mind explaining that? You've got a lot of knives in this place. Tell me about it. Damn, this thing has a good weight to it. Don't worry, se prendió esta mierda. You're not? No, I'm not. Of course, I wouldn't make you compete with an inferior tool. Huh. What? Sorry, I was waiting for you to sink into calling me an inferior tool. Shit, that was low-hanging fruit, wasn't it? Next time, mate. Sure. Kishan did another experimental slash. This time, it made an audible whoosh. The spectators oohed and ahed. But this wasn't for them. He knew that he only had one shot to get accustomed to the blade. You done showing off? Nothing wrong with putting on a little show? Sounds like you're stalling for time. Getting cold feet, perhaps? Psh, not a chance. Let's get started then. You know what you're wagering? Tim mentioned something about you gambling with time. It's not gambling if it's a game of skill. But that's beside the point. We're both wagering 4 hours. If you win, it comes from the capitalist balance. If I win, it comes from yours. You've got around 16 hours left in case you weren't keeping track. Shit, only that many? Want a little extra time to play with then? Hell yes. Let's stop wasting it and get this over with. You sure you know what you're getting into? Most people are pretty shy about playing with the time they have left, especially when their tanks running as empty as yours. Yeah, come on. Unless you're getting cold feet. Hardly. You've got 30 seconds. Smack the timer when you're ready. That explains how their dead exists. The crowd cheered and Kishan fed off their enthusiasm. In response, Mary leaned back and tapped her finger on the table, feigning impatience. He met her eyes, grinned, and continued his performance. His stabbing motion got faster as he went, the point narrowly missing each of his fingers. Stabs, strong enough to drive the knife a millimeter or two into the table, were good if you wanted to put on a show. And, of course, giving the spectators a show was part of the fun. You might be going fast enough to put on a show, but you're not going fast enough to win. How'd I do? 16 sets, if I counted correctly. Whoa. I couldn't do 16. That's how many Maddie beat me with. Is she gonna lose? Nah, she's gonna kick his ass. Feeling good about that result? Certainly am. That does seem pretty high. Yeah, in 30 seconds? Radio then. Watch closely. Oh, I will. For a minute, that's pretty good. No, it was like 30 seconds. Yeah. 16. Now watch her, like, do this at the speed of sound. 1, 3, 7, 11, 15. So she lost? Or she did more. Told ya, she's unbeatable. Is it magic? She could cheat if she wanted to. Definitely not, she's just that good. Poor guy, he didn't know what he was getting into. Sorry, mate. You beat me fair and square. I'm pretty impressed. I aim to please. I'll be taking those hours now if you don't mind. Yeah, sure, how does this work? Yo, I love those close-ups! How do you cheat at 5 fingers? Excellent question. Just like this. You won't feel a thing. Kishan felt a brief tightness in his chest, and for just a moment, the tip of Maddie's finger burned white hot. Ow! Shit! Sorry, I lied. It's on now, though. Alright. Does anyone else dare to compete with me? Come on, looking for some actual decent opposition here. By cutting the other dude's fingers. I'll take any challenge. Even if it's chess or something. Any challenge? I challenge you. Oh my god, he's here. To get everyone a drink. Rounds on me. I didn't realize you were watching. There wasn't anything happening upstairs and I got bored. Right. So, you took some hours from Kishan, huh? Yes, I did. Do you feel good about that? Che. Do you? I won them fair and square. He didn't know what he was getting into. There's an obvious power imbalance here that you're exploding. He knew the rules? That doesn't change anything. You led him to believe that he'd get some extra time. And, barring a miracle on his part, that absolutely wasn't going to happen. It doesn't matter. He's just passing through. A couple hours won't make any difference. Maddie, I'm disappointed in you. Our patrons respect us. We need to earn that respect by treating them with respect ourselves. This is not respectful or dignified. Cheating vulnerable passers-through out of their time, we're above that. We're better than that. I don't care whether you think it's dishonest or not. I want you to give that poor man his time back. Senpai is disappointed. Don't pout, this is serious. I feel like a broken record saying this, but while I understand your intentions are good, you can't keep doing these things. It's all for you. If you really want to do this for me, find another way. This isn't worth it, Maddie. It breaks my heart to see you like this, and I know that you're trying your hardest. But this really, truly is not worth sacrificing your own self-respect over. Everyone here respects you, but you gambling with hours just cheapens that. I'll give the hours back. Shame, I was pretty great with the knife. Still not as good as me. I was pretty close. What was those expressions? I am concerned. I gotta admit, this game is way more interesting than I thought it would initially be. Oh, there they are! Loveless. Oh, Lovelace. Yes? What form do you have before being reborn? Okay, Maple. There are babies, do you like them? I thought it would be a simple coffee saying, me too! Oh, we're getting all rolling into bugs, friends. Look at them. You love to see it. I think it was a crab. Come on, I'm being serious. I actually wouldn't harvest a spirit looking from a crab. You're assuming an awful lot about how squeamish she is. As far as I can remember, I live above streets, next to the sky. So, a bird then? Wings and feathers and such? No, not that. I do remember flying though. Oh, were you a sugar glider? Describe? Maple shows up in the chapter called Rise and Shine. Yeah, true! Coincidence? I think not. Do you eat insects and tree sap and flower nectar? That is familiar. Wonder how Ashley found you then. Could have been anything really. You mentioned bright lights earlier. Oof. Yeah, I'm thinking you got hit by a car. That seems likely. Is that bad? I mean, you're here now, so... Whether you like it or not. Shut up. I am still adjusting. Love how Maple somehow manages to lose like all the intense tension scene and just arrives here for the bots. With our silly little drawings on their faces. Look at you, turning into a responsible human being. Fight Club. Ooh, studio mode is not available. You can only speak to Kishan to access studio mode. Immediately, my sons. What's a studio mode exactly? wandering spirit. They're the only ones around who do stuff together. We should follow their example. I mean, you might be onto something there. Chew me dry! Okay, let's see. Beth. Who's Beth? Let's go, little girl. The man standing in front of Beth smirked. The knife he held seemed almost slight compared to his massive hands, but that didn't make it any less intimidating. Finish this one quick, came a call from behind the knife holder. 3 men stood behind him, wearing expressions which ranged from amused to bored. Beth felt her palm getting sweaty, and loosened her grip on the knife in her right hand, sliding her thumb along the guard to reassure herself that its shape hadn't changed since the moment she picked it up. Take your friend's advice, Beth said to the man who was menacing her. Finish this quick. After all, I am just a little girl. Well, as little as any 15-year-old girl could be. Can do, said the man, and he drew his knife up for an overhead swing. The man's movement suggested that he didn't know how to use a knife. Not really. He was swinging the knife like he'd swing a fist, like he was trying to bludgeon her with it, like he'd never really used a knife before. He was stupid. Mercifully stupid. She tried to reassure herself in that fact, trying not to lose her resolve. Beth has a body count? Oh, she does, for real. He lunged toward her as he brought the knife down, and Beth raised her left arm. She felt the edge of the knife hit her skin, but the impact of the blow caused the man to lose his grip on the knife. An opening. Beth grabbed the attacker's knife arm and pulled him toward her while thrusting her own knife toward him at chest level. She dropped the knife into the man's chest with all the force she could muster, and he fell to the ground and gasped as Beth released her grip on him. The man lay on the ground and put a hand to his chest, moaning. Son of a bitch. You doing okay down there? Said Beth. The man sat up and patted his chest. I didn't expect to lose to a girl? No, said the man. Well, that too, but I didn't expect it to hurt this much. These rubber practice knives are no joke, said Beth. If I'd stabbed any harder, I might have broken a rib. The man stood up. You got a name, girl? You can call me Beth, she said, extending a hand. He shook it with a look of hesitation. I'm Kyle. I've got to say, Beth, that was kind of a cheap trick. What do you mean? Said Beth. I mean the way you blocked my knife with your arm. It just bounced right off. You couldn't do that if we were using real knives. He's right, said one of the spectators. Not really a fair fight with rubber knives. I'd like a rematch, said Kyle. Yeah, said one of the spectators. Rematch! The others began chanting along with him. Rematch, rematch, rematch. A voice thundered from above. I thought I told you guys to keep it down. Everyone spun around to face the stairs leading up to the ground floor. Maddie was leaning over the railing of the staircase with a stern look on her face. She tapped a poster on the wall. Beth took a moment to glance at the sign. Fight Club rules. Don't quote Tyler Durden. What? Seriously, no Tyler Durden quotes. Always assume your opponent is mortal. Practice weapons only. Be considerate to other guests. Keep noise to a reasonable level. We don't have many rules here, said Maddie. Please don't make me kick you out of the basement. Everyone else in the room cast their gaze downward, looking ashamed, with several mumbled apologies. Maddie nodded and climbed back up the stairs, content that she had made her point. Seriously, though, said Kyle. Not really a fair fight without real knives. Beth walked over to the edge of the room and lifted a rug, revealing 2 steak knives. Oh, it's from the movie Fight Club, I say. Several whispers erupted from the small crowd. Where'd you get this? Asked Kyle. I swapped them from the stairs, said Beth. They're not exactly combat gear, but these blades are fit to cut through flesh, whether it's a cooked steak or a human arm. Beth held one of the steak knives by the blade, presenting its handle to Kyle. Hey, Gray! Thank you for the raid! Hello, everyone! Welcome, welcome! Hello, hello, and thank you for the sub again! Raid! What were you playing? I didn't say. I can't stress. I can't slide up. without tabbing. But thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from Grace Raid. Oh yeah, we're playing Dead Rising 2. How was that? This game is Necrobarista. It's called Necrobarista Final 4. I picked it up because my sister had it on her library. I thought it would be something like Valhalla. And it sort of is, but also it sort of isn't. And I'm very invested. But yeah, welcome everyone. I'm Kuruko if you don't know me. And I enjoy story games. So I do a lot of reading on a stream. Thank you for the follow, Gundam guy. But yeah, we were now just reading about like a knife fight, but they were fighting with practice knives. So now they're like, okay, well, let's do it with real knives now, and like someone's gonna die. But also not really, because most people in here are already dead. Because like this is a game about a cafe in where like dead people go. So it is a thing. Storytime reading. Yeah, I do a lot of reading. I'm very much into story-heavy games. Like whether they'll be like, I don't know, like action ones, like let's say Uncharted or like Tomb Raider, or games like this that involve a lot of reading. Even though my throat hates me afterward. But I mean, the writing in this game have been amazing so far, so I'm having a lot of fun. But yeah, anyway, welcome everyone. I hope you enjoy your stay. We already broken one rule tonight. How about breaking another one? I won't get hurt, said Kyle. I mean, I can still feel the pain, but you know, I'm not afraid of getting stabbed. Neither am I, said Beth. But don't say you're ready for this if you're not ready to bleed. She turned the knife over in her hands, pressing her thumb against the tip, just enough to draw a single drop of blood. Thank you for the follow, Jack Miller! Kyle grinned. Do I look like I would be here if I was afraid to die? Oh, it ends there, damn it! I wanna keep reading about Beth. I'm not afraid of getting stabbed, says man moments before getting stabbed. Now we will never know if he actually got stabbed. Wandering Spirit. Let's see, what is this? Oh, it's about Kishan. Kishan's footsteps echoed in a way that startled him. Were his footsteps always so loud? Perhaps it was just the contrast with the surrounding environment, which seemed completely silent, that made his footfall seem so jarringly loud as he walked along the catwalk. He was on a catwalk. Why was he on a catwalk? There seemed to be a gaping space below him, filled with some sort of mist that he couldn't see through. It was fog-like, and yet despite the fog that lapped at his feet, the air felt so dry. The air was thick here. As he breathed heavily, Kishan felt an overwhelming sweet, sickly odor, like the smell of wet or rotting wood, but all he could see around him were steel beams and a concrete pad in front of him. Was it rust he was smelling? No, he knew the smell of rust. This was different. This smell was somehow organic, like the smell of a forest after a fresh rainfall. Kishan, his best boy, will love Kishan. Kishan shivered. Far in the distance, he could see what looked like a building of some sort, so far away that it made the structure he was inside feel almost tunnel-like, as if its only purpose was to convey him to that distant building. I'm still shocked that like he's been like such a dork, such an nerd, that suddenly he's like, oh yeah, I'm amazingly good at the knife game. And I'm like, what? He continued walking forward, but as he walked, the building seemed to be growing more and more distant. He quickened his pace, and as he walked faster, he could feel himself moving through the thick, stifling air. Yet as he looked down, he could see the texture of the catwalk in front of him unchanged, as though he were walking in place. Kishan started to turn backward, but saw only a blinding light. His eyes immediately shut, and when he opened them, he was again facing into the tunnel, with the distant building at the center of his field of view. He tried turning around, but every time he tried to turn his head... Oh, the rice is ready. But every time he tried to turn his head, his eyes involuntarily shut at the sight of the light, and he was forced to close his eyes or look away, always confronted again with the sight of the small hut when he opened his eyes. His heart pounded violently inside of his chest. The tunnel was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, feel his own pulse inside of his head. Something about this place felt deeply, incredibly wrong. Get back. I have to get back. Rice? Yes, the rice is ready. He tried turning again, and this time found himself unable to even begin rotating his body before his eyes snapped shut, placing him again in a world of darkness until he opened them again and was confronted with the sight of the small hut in the distance, now looking more far away than ever. I have to get back. Kishan kept facing the building and took a step backward. As he placed his foot on the ground, he felt a gust of wind knocking forward. He let out a yelp of terror. Instinctively, his hands reached for the opposite edges of the catwalk as he fell, trying to steady himself for fear of falling off. The catwalk was wide enough that his body didn't land close enough to the edge for that to have been a risk, and yet as he looked toward the edge, he felt a growing sense of dread that there was something down there that would capture him if he allowed it to catch even the smallest hold of him. Almost as he thought it, he felt the sensation of something pressing against his legs. He stumbled to his feet. He ran forward. The hut ahead of him seemed to grow no closer as he ran, but he ran all the same, running not to reach a destination but to be away from whatever it was that was behind him. Moments ago, his only thought was an overwhelming desire to turn back, a worry that he was somehow trapped in here. But now that worry was replaced with an overwhelming sense of dread that propelled him forward. He had been pushed forward by something. Something was behind him. Kishan leaned forward and ran. He was no runner. He often found himself wounded when forced to climb more than one flight of stairs. And yet he ran and felt no sense of tiredness holding him back, no need to catch his breath. Maybe it was the thick air here that somehow never allowed him to run out of breath. Maybe it was that the fear of whatever it was behind him was that strong. Kishan felt the air stinging at his eyes as he ran. By now he was running so fast that the thick air felt like a hot wind on his face. Tears began running down his face, but he couldn't find it in him to raise a hand to wipe at his eyes. That would mean slowing his sprint. So he closed his eyes, fully aware that he was running down a catwalk that had no handrail on either side. At this point, he didn't care. He ran and ran. Long after the tears on his face had dried, Kishan realized that he could hear only the sound of his own feet as they struck the catwalk. He couldn't even hear the rush of wind, even as it seemed to buffet his face. There were no sounds of anyone or anything pursuing him. Perhaps there was no pursuer at all. He allowed himself to open his eyes and looked down. He looked over his shoulder. This time there was no blinding light, only a distant glow, like the light at the end of a long tunnel. In a way, it was the light at the end of a long tunnel, and in observing the dim glow of the distant light, Kishan suddenly realized just how far he had run. He turned around and saw the building right in front of him. It had windows that were covered with the same fog that covered the ground around him. Kishan reached for the door handle. He half expected it to be locked, and felt a moment of panic as the handle bowed under the pressure of his hand. Was he ready to face whatever was on the other side of that door? Did he even want to enter? Did he have a choice? What was it that awaited him inside of this building? Answers or more baffling questions? Kishan looked down the tunnel and suddenly felt cold. Whatever this place was, he needed to escape it, and the only form of egress that seemed available to him was the door of this building. He leaned on the handle and felt the door swing open. What do you mean it ends there? Is that how he got here? Oh wow, the door opened. Be brave, best boy. What's behind here? Anything else aside from complete darkness? Oh yeah, there's more things here. No, I think actually there might only be those two things. Oh, and this. If billiard is so great, why isn't there a billiards too? Here it is! We really read billiards, it was very intense. I understand not much about... I don't understand much about billiards, but it was intense. You know, kid, you got style. Brad perked up. I still can't get over the fact that his name is Brad. Was the first unsolicited remark he'd heard from Old Man Thomas all night. He'd been expecting a compliment after beating Thomas, but to hear that kind of comment after a loss made him perk right up. Thanks, said Brad. It wasn't a compliment, said Thomas. Oh, okay. And just like that, Brad's mood came crashing down. Thomas continued. All the best players back in the day, none of them had style. Style doesn't win tournaments. Sure, said Brad. Consistency is what wins tournaments. Consistency doesn't mean anything, said Thomas. That's a symptom of skill play, and not a thing you can just decide on. No one sits down at the table thinking, gee, I better be consistent today. Nobody. So if you're not thinking about consistency, what are you thinking about? Fundamentals. Thomas sharped the end of his cue. Fundamentals are what matters most, because if you don't get the fundamentals right, all the fancy shit isn't going to matter. Thomas leaned down to line up his cue. The straight-in shot is your specialty. Several opponents told me exactly that, tongue-in-cheek, thinking that they were insulting me, but I take it as a compliment. If you control the cue ball, you can turn any shot into a chip shot. That's what you want to do. That's how I can still sink him even at my old age. I know, I've been watching you, said Brad. Your cue ball control is incredible. You're a very talented player. Not talented, said Thomas. You can do it too. The question is whether you've got the discipline and the patience. Thomas followed through with his stroke and hit the apex of the triangle head-on. He sank 2 balls, one striped and one solid. He pointed to the striped one, signifying his choice. I'm plenty disciplined, said Brad. When I was in high school, I'd come out every day after school and put in at least 4 hours of practice. Sometimes I'd come in after dinner to squeeze in a few hours more. Then on weekends, I'd come and spend all day up here. Of course you did, said Thomas. All the pros have. Anyone can put in time. At a certain point, what matters can't be the number of hours you put in, because everyone puts in the time. What matters is how you use that time. And it seems like you spent a lot of time practicing trick shots. Thomas lined up and made several practice strokes. Brad found himself getting annoyed with Thomas. Brad knew better than to try to talk to Thomas while he was lining up a shot. That was bad etiquette, and just bad sportsmanship, plain and simple. But it kept him from offering timely retorts to Thomas' statements. It was bad sportsmanship, Brad decided, to talk at an opponent in a situation where etiquette forbade him from responding. Thomas finally took the shot and sunk a solid colored ball, but a bad bounce put the cue in the pocket with it. Brad sighed with relief as he took control of the ball and with it control of the conversation. You're right, it takes a lot of practice. Brad lined up a shot, aiming at one of the balls in the opposite corner. If he could get the angle just right, he took the shot and the cue ball knocked one of the striped balls into the back left pocket before ricocheting and hitting another ball into the back right pocket, a clean double. Brad tapped the table with his cue as if to emphasize the shot he had just made. Emphasize the shot he had just made. You don't learn how to do shit like this overnight. That's a nice trick, said Thomas. Now can you do the same thing 10 times in a row without messing it up? No, said Brad. Said Bad. He's not Brad anymore, he's just bad. It's a hard shot. About a 10% for most people. But I'm good. I can get it 30, 40%. A 30% shot isn't worth taking, said Thomas. If I offer you a coin flip bet within a weighted coin, will you take it? No, of course not, said Brad. And yet you take the low percentage shot. I'll make it a higher percentage shot though, said Brad. Yes, and I'm sure that you look like a big hero by doing it, and when you miss, no one calls you on it because defensive shots are boring, said Thomas. I can play this defensively, said Brad. But you don't win games by playing defensively. Of course not, said Thomas. There's nothing on the scoreboard that lets you tabulate the places where you deny your opponent a point. Brad was angry now, and he began lining up his next shot, just so he wouldn't have to hear the old man talk. Some players might get tilted in a situation like this, but Brad played better when he was emotional. Whatever it was that made him play better under pressure also made him play better while angry. He couldn't even think about the shots he was making. He was operating on pure instinct and conscious thought. The thought that was chased away by anger was only a distraction. Brad tried for another double. He missed the second ball, but one was enough to set him up for a triple bank shot, which he followed with another shot that he put a spin on. He didn't even need to curve the ball around anything, he just wanted to show Thomas that he could do it reliably. Fortunately, he didn't get punished for it. His last shot placed one of Thomas' balls between the black 8 ball and the white cue ball. Brad knew that he could sink the shot easily by hitting Thomas solid into his stripe, but he was on fire and he wanted something flashy. He struck the cue ball's base, driving the leather tip of his stick into the table, and it bounced the ball up and over Thomas' ball, hitting his own and sending it into the pocket. Yeah, it's amazing when people do that. Brad turned to Thomas with a look of defiance. Looks like this game is mine, old man. Yep, said Thomas. He took another sip of his beer. Is that all you have to say? Yep, said Thomas. How about, oh, you outplayed me? Do you need me to tell you that? Said Thomas. A little acknowledgement would be nice. A moment after he finished saying it, Brad found himself cringing. He was sounding like a petulant child. He was frustrated and angry and disappointed. But knowing all of that about himself didn't make any of it any less true. Thomas shrugged. I thought you played to win the game, not for validation. Oh, give me a break, said Brad. Although the historian is very good. That line coming from a pro, when you compete, play to win, sure, but there's money on the line. Thank you for the hydrate. And the money goes to the person who gets the double. You play to win the game, you get the money. But I get the feeling you're playing for something else. What are you talking about? Said Brad. You play to impress people. That's different from playing to win. That's why you never take the defensive shot. I just won! Yep, said Thomas. But you weren't playing to win. Just because you happen to win doesn't mean you made the right decision. How the hell does that make any sense? Said Brad. Thomas took a coin out of his pocket. Here's a hypothetical. Suppose I have a coin. I ask you to call heads or tails on a $1 bet. Now you know that the coin is weighted. It lands on heads, 70% of the time. What do you bet on? Heads, of course, said Brad. Now I flip the coin. It comes up tails. Bad luck, Brad. You just lost $1. But did you make the right decision? What? Thomas continued. If you had called tails, you would have won the bet. Clearly, calling tails is the wrong decision. But sometimes you make the wrong decision and get short-term payoffs. That's why the fact that you won doesn't necessarily mean that you made the right decision. And sometimes these things only reveal themselves after you flip the coin hundreds of times. I played hundreds of games, said Brad. And that's as a pro. Practice games, I play 100 games in a week, easy. Maybe 200 games a week, depending. And how many times have you made the WBC? Oh, I won the WBC, said Brad. Right, said Thomas. That's the thing about calling tails. Sometimes, even if you make the wrong choice, randomness comes up in your favor and you happen to run hot. But in the long run, things don't quite pan out. Brad threw his cue down. So now you're saying that my wins were all due to luck? Not a luck, said Thomas. Like you said, it takes some skill to take a 10% shot into a 30% shot. A lot of skill, in fact. You've got good hands and a good eye for the ball. But the loss for a cool shot supersedes that. You'd rather fail spectacularly than win for boring play. Getting gatekept for not playing the meta. Old man is throwing shit, he has no chill. Fuck you, said Brad. You know what? I actually won the WBC. Maybe I did run hot for just 1 year, but at least I have a championship to my name. You made it to the final 6 times and lost every time. And now your career is done. You're over with. You will never be a WBC champion, a title which I hold, by the way. You're right, said Thomas. I don't mean to knock the high barrier's approach. Maybe that's what you want, to win once and then burn out. Yeah, that is what I want, said Brad, annoyed to find himself agreeing with Thomas. What have you done with your life since retirement, old man? Ever done anything wild? I bet I've lived more in one night than you have in your entire life. I'm happy with the way I spent my life, said Thomas. No regrets. His eyes softened. Can you say the same? The question should have come as a challenge. But there was something in Thomas' eyes as he looked at Brad that made it feel even worse. Thomas' expression wasn't one of antagonism. It was one of pity. Brad knew, deep in the pit of his heart, that Thomas wasn't doing it to attack him. And that made it sting even worse. Brad started to say something, but found himself choking on a lump in his throat, and as he reached up and felt wetness on his cheeks, he realized that he was crying. No, don't leave there! Man! How dare they? Where's the other one? There was one... Oh, here. Damn, yeah. What's this? Rod and Poppy. When you play for validation, what do you have when you lose? Stop playing with my heartstrings. Bro, for real. Why is this game getting so real? Who do you think they are? Maddie opened an herb jar and sighed as she examined the contents. Rotten. She began pouring them down the sink. I hate poppy seeds, she muttered to herself. I won't tolerate that kind of hate speech here, said Che. Too bad the rules aren't yours to make, old man, said Maddie. You should have thought of that before you handed me the keys. I could help you get the keys back, said Ashley. I've got a magnetic grabber that... The keys are a metaphor, said Maddie. They're not some kind of magical talisman that grants ownership over an establishment. But there is a magical talisman that grants ownership over the establishment? Asked Ashley. Yeah, said Maddie. It's called a deed. And this deed entitles me to certain privileges, such as expressing my hatred for poppy seeds. Hate's not good for the soul, said Che. Hatred corrupts the soul. Hey, I'm new here, said Kishan. But, are you talking literally? Does hatred actually corrupt the soul? No, hatred does not corrupt the soul, said Maddie. Nor will poppy seeds, despite being a distant cousin of the bay leaf. It's a good thing, said Che, because Maddie's soul is full of hate. Trust me, I've seen the ultrasound. Once again, as the new guy, I gotta ask, are you talking literally? No, hatred does not show up on an ultrasound, said Maddie. And I assume the thing about bay leaves corrupting the soul is also a metaphor. Oh, no, said Maddie. That part was entirely literal. What? I know that was a real question, yeah. Bay leaves absorb bitterness. You always remove the bay leaf from something before eating it. Bitterness? As in figurative bitterness? I was talking literally, in the sense that bay leaves absorb figurative bitterness. But yes, they also absorb literal bitterness. I'm so confused right now, said Che. So children are pure hatred? Just don't absorb a bay leaf into your soul and you'll be fine, said Maddie. What's a bay leaf? It's not the kind of thing that happens accidentally. Are you sure? Said Kishan. Because I think I might have accidentally ingested a bay leaf one time. My friend's grandma made this big pot of chili. The soul is not connected to your digestive tract, said Maddie. It's not your gut. So unless you're inhaling your food, it's not going to be a problem. Again, said Kishan. New guy here. Soul. Respiratory system. That's a thing? It's a leaf you put into things like soup. Would you remove it before serving? Oh, okay. Oh yes, said Maddie. Why do you think people are so into burning herbs and inhaling them? I always assumed that was just how I don't know exactly how cannabis works, but it's like psychoactive. What? Said Maddie. No, not that herb. Like people who burn incense. Huh, said Christian. That's something new. That's why you always have to watch out for when herbs go bad, said Maddie. Someone might accidentally inhale some of them. Yet another reason to hate poppy seeds and their short shelf life. It used to look like a regular off a tree leaf, but it sucked up certain flavors like they said. Ah, interesting. Kishan's eyes narrowed. How long does it take for poppy seeds to go bad? This went bad in a matter of months, said Maddie. A matter of months? Said Kishan. How many months are we talking here? Maybe 30, said Maddie. Kishan did some counting on his fingers. 30 months is 2.5 years, if I'm not mistaken. Chai piped up. You left that jar of poppy seeds for 2.5 years? Maddie nodded. As I said, a number of months. 30 is a number. 30 is an injustice, said Chai. How have you not touched poppy seeds in all this time? People don't actually like poppy seeds, said Maddie. People just like the muffins they come in. If you give them the muffin without the poppy seeds, they'll like it even more. Poppy seeds just make everything worse. People love poppy seeds, said Chai. Me, for instance. I have a great love for the humble poppy. Really, said Maddie. Then how is it that you've never touched this jar of poppy seeds in the past 30 or so months it's been sitting on the spice shelf? Chai shrugged. I like lots of things. Evidently, during the past 30 months I found things I enjoyed more than the humble poppy seed. I'm offended by the idea that you will discriminate against such a lowly and unpretentious food item. You like the idea of poppy seeds, said Maddie. You like the idea of an herb that comes in discrete units called seeds so that you don't have to wonder about how much a sprig is. It's something that you can picture, as opposed to cumin that you wouldn't recognize even if I said it on your tongue, or rosemary which you probably forgot was a spice and which you couldn't tell from time. When you see me disposing of poppy seeds, it pains you because it's something you can't conceptualize. If I told you that I had cumin and had to flush a bunch of it down the sink, will you be bothered by that? People love poppy seeds and some people really like processed poppy seeds even more. What are poppy seeds? Are like those little black seeds that people put sometimes on stuff? Probably not, said Chai. So really, it is not I who am discriminating against poppy seed. It is you who is discriminating against non-poppy seed spices. There is no reason for us to have poppy seeds anywhere in this cafe. People claim they want them, but you can go years without ever serving up a single poppy seed and no one will notice its absence. A woman wearing a loose green sweater walked up to the counter. Yep, okay. Were you just talking about poppy seeds? Yes, said Maddie. We're all out. Oh, that's too bad, said the woman. I was hoping you might have a... Don't say muffin, thought Maddie to herself. Don't say anything about poppy seed muffins. A poppy seed muffin, said the woman. My grandmother was really fond of them. She grinned as Maddie tried to avoid cringing. The woman in the green sweater said, They used to be part of the standard muffin trifecta. Chocolate, blueberry, poppy seed. I always wonder why cafes stopped serving poppy seed muffins. I wonder, said Maddie aloud. It's been so long since I've tasted one, said the woman. Years, I'm guessing, said Maddie. Yeah, it's been years, said the woman. Come on! Why do they just end so abruptly? I'm learning so much about food. Oh, here it is, Ashley's journal too. About the robots. Maddie has no chill, she does not. Robot Royale Robots Power Rankings. Alpha Charlie Echo. Ace? All of the commentators call this robot Ace, probably because it's so good. No, it's because it's called literally Ace, Alpha Charlie Echo. It seems biased for them to call one particular robot Ace, but it's obvious how it got this name when it wins all of the time. At first it looked like this bot doesn't have a weapon and is just designed to be really fast and agile. Then you realize that its entire body is a weapon for ramming into unsuspecting people. This would be a great tactic if you got into a fight when you didn't have a weapon. You don't need a flamethrower or a buzzsaw if you just have a 150 kilogram body and can ram into people really fast. This probably wouldn't work very well for me because I don't weigh 150 kilos and I'm pretty small. But that isn't a problem since I usually carry things that can be used as weapons. Like I could carry a crowbar and then if someone tried to attack me I could take the out end and jam the crowbar under their feet and then pull it up and use it to knock them off balance even though I'm probably smaller than most people. I'm not sure why it's named Alpha Charlie Echo. I assume it was a remake or made in the style of a bot called Alpha Charlie, but there aren't any other bots by that name, and the team that made it are all rookies. Also, none of them are named Charlie. Maybe it's named after someone's dad or brother. Their next robot will probably be called Beta Charlie Echo, or maybe Alpha B2 Charlie Echo, or Final 2 Charlie Echo. No, that's not how it works, Ashley. I think that's all down here. Cellar staff only? No, let me in! Sweet, it's just a phonetic alphabet. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not that deep, Ashley. We'll go back to the cafe. Her face. I'm like, I wanna play another one, but I'm hungry and I can't eat while reading. And I'm just like, oh god, what do I do with my life? Oh hey! Kishan is there. Why do you look so angry, my dude? And anything new upstairs? Doesn't see that. You have been going on for 4 hours. Yeah, so what? What's your point? I took breaks. Wonder how many chapters are left. Me too. Let's look that up actually. Because the thing is that according to how long to beat, how long Necrobarista. The fox feeds on pure lore. The thing is that I picked it up because it's a short game instead of the main story. It's done in 4 hours. 4 to 5 hours. But I'm just like, I guess they didn't count the fact that I was reading out loud. What is Necrobarista Walk into the Sky? Oh, there's a free additional episode? I'm guessing it comes in this one since I have like the final version, whatever. Yeah, the thing is that I usually will just eat during a stream, but since I have to read a lot, I'm like, Because I mean, I have time to play like one more easily. I'll figure it out, but I'll go get food for now. So yeah, another short break. While I get me some rice that is freshly made in the rice cooker waiting for me. So yeah, be back in like a minute or two. a return. Nothing like some freshly made rice. Welcome back, Rice Queen. Let's go. And then you're just mixing it. Just bought a new jar of furikake. What's that? Rice seasoning? Oh. What does it taste like? Should I get some? I'm just eating it with egg and soy sauce. Vanilla flakes, sesame seeds, nori, a few other things. Oh, that sounds delicious. And like, do you put it while the rice is cooking? Like, or like after? Afterwards? Okay. Sound good. I need to look it up. The only thing I bought that I haven't tried yet is bought mayo, but like the Japanese mayo. Kewpie? I don't know how to say it. I mean, I know how it tastes, it's just I haven't opened the one I bought, that I bought. You said it right? Let's go. JP Mayo's bug? It is. It's so bug that my sister actually likes it, even though she doesn't like mayo. Which is why I made all the trips for the... We made the trip to the Asian market just for that. Literally just looking for the mayo. How is JP Mayo different? It's not made, it doesn't have the same ingredients, I believe. So like, it has like a similar texture, but it's not exactly the same flavor. Sorry, I'm just eating. I was very hungry. Mayonnaise is made with only the yolks, as opposed to American mayonnaise, which typically uses the whole egg. Ah. I'm pretty sure they add some other stuff too, but like... The thing is that, yeah, generally I found it more... I like mayo, like regular mayo. But I tend to find Japanese mayo like more... I don't know, like more flavorful, I guess. but like it's still soft, you know, like doesn't really overpower. Miracle Whip is garbage. Is that a mayo brand? I said my sister doesn't like mayo, like regular mayo, so I haven't bought much. I used to like to my uncle will make homemade mayonnaise, homemade mayo, but like he will make garlic mayo, and it was so good. Kinda missed that. I should buy garlic mayo. I like that the atmosphere here is like very nice to just like chill while I eat. Hey Force, how are you doing? Thank you for dropping by. I'm just having some food before I jump into the next chapter of the game. I will usually eat while playing, but this game is mostly almost entirely reading, so I ran out of drink though, damn it. Yo, I'm also eating rice, let's go. How is it a special? Cat rhythm hydrate. Fuck you, cat, okay. Give me 1 second, I'm just gonna stand up to get some water. I'm not gonna put like the BRB screen or anything. You're gonna hear me going to the kitchen. I return. I am hydrated. I'm only drinking water now, but hydration. But also I bought this really nice rice the other day because we ran out of rice. So I dropped by the supermarket. We have a supermarket nearby, so like we usually drive by when we get back from work. And I went on a day that my sister didn't work, so I went on my own. So I kind of looked at what rice looked interesting, and I chose that. And it was actually a very good choice. It's very nice. I still need to try doing onigiri one day though. That's such a cute spinning emote. Yeah, how does everyone like their rice? Let's talk about rice. I'm almost done, by the way. I mean, close. Fun fact, I didn't used to like rice, but like I got over it. I got over my trauma. And now I'm a better person, a better version of myself. You make it yourself? Oh, that's cool. Spicy? Oh, that sounds nice. How do you make a spicy rice? We honestly use the rice cooker for convenience. My sister knows how to cook rice and I cook rice too. But the thing is that I hate cooking, and if we relied on whenever my sister feels like cooking or has the energy to cook, we will never eat. So we just buy a rice cooker because it does the food for ourselves. Oh yeah, we have the steamer now. We haven't used it. Just like chili flakes and spices. I like to make some ground meat, mix it with the rice, and put a fried egg onto it. Oh, that sounds delicious. I've done it too. I mean, not me, but like we've done it too. It's so good. Yeah, the thing about the steamer, I mean, I think I asked once before. I'm not sure if I can put it in while also it is cooking the rice or not, because from the instructions, I said that it had to be like separate. You know, that you just put water on the thing and put the thing to steam. But can I just do it all together? So I guess the rice kind of fluffs up, so I will have to do just like a little amount of rice. Yeah, that's the thing. Because like we make rice, we make an amount of rice so we don't have to cook rice every day. So usually when I go and open the steamer, I mean the rice cooker, it's like it's full to the top with rice, so I probably wouldn't be able to steam at the same time unless we put less rice. When you mean tossing in with the rice, so I'm gonna scrape the last of rice here. So I'm gonna get away from the microphone. Trying to scrape this together. There we go. Put bowl ASMR. But yeah, you mean like literally with the rice, so it gets mixed with the rice, right? Like all together to make like rice with peas and veggies and stuff. Yeah. Because I mean, we could do that too probably, because we even buy sometimes. They sell the thing like the bag of veggies like ready, like rice or pasta. It says on the bag. It says like veggies for rice or for pasta. It's literally all the veggies, whatever, like already cut in like little cubes and stuff. So I guess we could perfectly do that without problem. We're just being basic now, but we'll probably get more creative with time. Exactly, lazy and efficient. Anyway, I am done with my rice. Time to jump on the next episode. But yeah, the rice cooker has been so convenient for us, and now we don't waste that much money on Uber Eats. We still bought some, but like it's only sometimes, you know. So and it's only sometimes like I kind of wanna like Uber Eats like today, you know. I kind of want like a McDonald's or something. And it's not a thing of like, what do we order today to eat? Because we have food already. For cars, you can just peel them and remove the ends. Or I can just buy them already peeled. Continue. What are you smiling so much about? Acceptable. Come on, come on. What's up, dude? Or best boy, Kishan? Day 2, 5 p.m. outside the terminal. Shouldn't you go already, yeah? You're right. Oh hey, it's Ned. Yeah, I guess. Cool. Mind if I join you? Go for it. Dory? Huh? You want a Dory? I'm sorry, Dory. Coffin nail. Cigarette. Do you want to smoke or not? Oh, right. Of course. Yeah, sure. Sorry, it's been a weird day. Will you smoke? Thanks. No worries. How do you even smoke? You don't have a mouth. Oh, this line can be weird. Where are you from then? Huh. You're the first to ask. I live in Collingwood. Oh yeah? Whereabouts? Smith Street. Bit pricey up there these days, isn't it? Bet you like your avocado toast. Ha! Piss off. I got housemates. Well... Nah, I know what you mean. Bit odd. Can't get lung cancer when you're dead. Let's go! Being dead and all that. Takes some getting used to. People keep saying that, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I understand. Do you? I reckon as much as anyone can, yeah? Right. Hey, what's avocado toast actually taste like? Huh? I've never had it. Can't you go out and just eat some? I love that you call it avocado toast. Yo, look at the price, holy shit. I'm sure Maddie could whip it up if you ask. Avocados are highly malevolent fruit. Don't trust them one bit. What? Plus, I've got this whole situation. Oh, so that's what the straw was for. You got it. So what does it taste like? I don't know, like avocado and toasted bread. Avocado is kinda cold and mushy, but it's got a good taste. Like peas? Huh, definitely better than mushy peas. Love me a bowl of peas, mate. What? Because they're the only thing you can eat through a straw? Watch yourself. Oh, look at him smiling. Gonna stab me with your death council powers? First off, it's a council of death, not a death council. They're totally different things. Everyone with the avocados. Secondly, you really think that's what we do? Walk around shooting lightning out of our fingers? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds a bit silly, yeah. We don't do anything like that. We just keep things running smoothly, so... Harassing cafe owners to settle their time debt isn't something we like to do often. So you skip the peace? As fucking ironic as that sounds, yeah. Ned keeps the peace. Dude. I know. Want another? Sure. What's with the... I used to realize, like, all the train thingies. I love the sunrises here. They're alright. You watch many sunrises, Ned? Not enough, no. Even semi-immortals need their sleep. I just like to sit here and watch it. Even when it's cloudy or raining, there's just something about watching the sunrise that makes it easier to deal with the coming day. Feeling optimistic all of a sudden? Nah, I still feel like shit. Huh. How about you, Kishan? Oh, Kishan is leaving. No, my boy. Kishan? I don't feel great. I'm still having a lot of trouble. You guys, I'm dead and I've only got a couple hours left before I have to go, and I don't think anyone here really properly understands what it's like to see your last sunrise ever without any idea what comes next, and that is really fucking terrifying. And I'm never gonna see my friends or my boyfriend or my family again. I'm just gonna pass on, and I'll never know how they'll remember me or mourn me, or if I'm ever gonna be remembered as a good dude who tried his best, or if I'll just be forgotten in a year. But that good dude who tried his best couldn't even win a friggin' game of five-finger fillet in the basement of a cafe that basically sits at the banks of the stakes, as far as I can tell, and god, I can't even tell if that matters? Were the stakes low? High? I can't tell. I'm so disoriented and I'm trying to so desperately to feel something, but all I feel is that I'm slipping away with every second. I'm losing myself by degrees, and that's incredibly scary, and I don't know how to deal with it. Yeah, fair cop. God damn it. I actually came out to apologize for that. The game.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage, for real. Oh, that's rough, buddy. Oh, for God's sake, Mari, have you been gambling again? Can it not? Kishan, I shouldn't have taken that time from you. You took it fair and square. I don't feel like I did, so I'm giving it back. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. I don't usually do this. What's different this time? That's my business. I can't believe you're still swindling people out of hours to try and fix your debt. Dude, I know. It's bloody undignified. And it's a clear violation of the rules. I will banish you right now, my man. I thought you stopped pulling that crap once you took ownership of the cafe from Che. You don't think doing this is going to help you pay this debt? I love how she stands on the bench. Yes, absolutely. And if you got any bright ideas on how to do it otherwise, I'm all ears. We should have never granted you and Che those licenses to practice. You obviously failed to be responsible with them. You really think we wouldn't be doing it if we didn't have the licenses, Bushman? Given your history, the hypocrisy on display here is astounding. That's all behind me, and you know it. I've been working on doing some good for the last 100 years. With the council? Really? Yes, we maintain the balance. You know why that's important. Sure do. I don't need you moralizing at me from your ivory tower. Give it a rest, guys. But I'm pulling the last day on Earth card. Quit it. I'll be inside. Come find me when you want those hours back, Kishan. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about all of this. I've never been to the other side. I was too afraid to leave. Walked the land for decades, evading the council. That's a crime they'll call revenancy, saying too long, upsetting the balance. But in lieu of putting me straight to the next place or some sort of eternal punishment, the council offered me a job. Sorry, that's all the stuff you don't care about, I suppose. It's interesting enough. I'm just filling up empty air. You should head inside and grab those hours back. Truth be told, I'm not feeling especially fond of Maddie right now. She might have been dishonest with you, but even I can tell she's at the end of her rope. And you might not be able to see it yet, but I think the people in there are fond of you. You think so? He was a revenant, yeah. Maddie wouldn't have offered the hours back if there wasn't something different about you. Plus, that kid Ashley seems to like you, yeah? I guess. She kinda just dragged me off and got me to hold the screwdrivers for her. Trust me, she thinks you're great. Go inside and say hi. I've got some business to go stick my nose into anyway. Alright. Catch you in a bit. I've got some questions about the council. Of course, I won't be out for long. Later, mate. Hey. Yo. Do you want those hours back? I guess so. It's only 4 hours, I don't think it'll make much difference. If it's okay, I prefer that you have them. Ashley's been enjoying having you around. Just Ashley? And me too, I guess. You seem pretty reluctant to admit that, my dude. Don't psychoanalyze me. Sit still for a minute. Alright, lay your hand on mine and place your index finger on my wrist. Is this a part of your ritual or just an excuse to hold hands? Shut up. Thanks. Watch carefully, and no matter what you do, don't move your hand. There's usually a binding spell I use to make sure that doesn't happen, but I've run out of the reagents required, and you probably don't care about that. True. Right? Yep. Lewd hand-holding. I give this time freely and without coercion. As above, so below, I maintain the balance. Ow! I maintain the balance. That's it. How do you feel? I actually feel better. I feel less itchy? Yeah, we weren't kidding about that yesterday. As you linger, you begin to upset the balance, and as I understand, it doesn't feel good. Right, yeah. Why does Ned get to stick around then? Does he just ignore it? The Council are a special case. They're more similar to demigods, or demons, than they are to us. That's fascinating. Tell me about it. I have joined ages ago, but they're uptight dicks. They don't seem so bad to me. That's because you've not run into any of their ridiculous rules. At least one of them was using protection. True, Kishan has gloves. Bunch of bloody regulations on manipulating life force and certain standards on the treatment of spirits. Is that why you gave me the hours back? Because Ned realized you broke the rules? No, that was all within the guidelines, despite his blustering. I gave them back because I felt bad, that's all. Oh, Nate, so you pity me. I love that. I'm actually really into it. No, dude, it's not like that at all. Nah, you don't need to clarify. I get it. Seriously. Last day on Earth. Moving on. Fine, sure, I'm sorry. Sorry, I've gotta serve this customer. I'll help. Really? It's probably not a two-person job. Yep. Come on. Who is it? Day 2. The terminal. Phew. Anything else that needs doing? Nah, I'm gonna take this tray of glasses into the kitchen. You can go chill for a bit. I'll take them. You need a break. Sure. Where's the kitchen? That way. You'll find it eventually. Cool. Back in a minute. You'll find it eventually. Oh no. Your pawns are nothing compared to the raw power of my castles. Nothing. Yeah? What's this then? Whoosh. Ah! My castle! Brought low by my own hubris. Nah, it was just a pun. Maybe a little bit of hubris. Bishop! Knight! Ah! Your other castle and... check. Check, you say? Oh, I didn't think of that. You activated my trap card! This is chess. How was the pawn taken from the back row? Excellent question. I'm not sure what they're playing anymore. Oh, hey Maddie, come check this out. I tricked him into a false sense of security. We don't question. Oh man, that's embarrassing. You seriously let her outmaneuver you that hard? Yes. I'm very ashamed. I suppose the real Hibri was inside me all along. I freaking love winning. I should try doing this more often. A chance to win at chess. His face! 5D chess. Could grow into a big winning streak, you know? You wanna play something with us? I should really head back down to the bar. There's nobody there. Come on, take a load off. If anyone really needs you, they'll know where to find you. How about I grab us other drink? Make sure there's nobody waiting down there, then we'll play something. Won't be 5 minutes. You actually gonna come back this time? You never come back. Sheesh! I'll come back. Promise. Why don't you pick out a game while I'm gone? Let's try something, actually. What do you feel like playing today? Something... I'm going to get some milk. I'll never return. Something with lots of dice. Dice it is. We'll see you in a minute, Maddie. I don't like how these quotes are being highlighted. Day 2, 6:15 p.m. Ashley's workshop. Oh, they're actually playing. Wait, what are they playing? And that's why the 4th season of Row Battle Royale was an absolute betrayal. What other than it's a boatload of dice? But you still want to be on it one day? Well, yeah. Unless an indie circuit opens up. Like in wrestling? Just open your own. Exactly like in wrestling. Melbourne's got a local show. I want something like that. You could probably put your own local league together if you work really hard. Perhaps you could build the robots and get people to battle them. Human-controlled bots are boring though. I want to get more of that spirit juice and put together a bigger Ashley. How big? I think I'll start at car size, then move on to more of a bus-adjacent form factor. I'm not sure we have enough to power one of those. You'll have to get Maddie to source you a large amount of it. We'll need liters of it, at least. That is super cool. Did you say it was illegal though? Well, technically. But one that doesn't know what hurt him. He looks his head if he knew half the things we were doing around here. I don't know, he seems fairly lenient with you, right? He wasn't always like that. A long time before you turned up, he nearly shut me down because I... Will you believe it's because I sheltered a criminal? They entirely shut you down because of that? Have you got touch grass and furniture? Thank you for sticking around, Bellhound! Hope you had fun. Enjoy the grass. Am I thinking of the same criminal you are? Trust me, the irony was apparent. I found it very, very funny. What sort of criminal were they? Just a minor demon on the run. Just your regular minor demon. I don't know what she did to get a price on her head. I just took her in when she stumbled through the door, dripping blood everywhere. Oh, hello. Thank you for the sub, PCU! No, Bloodhound! Thank you for gifting another sub, let's go! Just a tiny demon, just a pinch of demon, really. Hey, that's metal. It was extremely metal. How long did you manage to hide her for? Oh, not too long. Maybe 6 weeks. The time flew by, if I'm being honest. Why is that? Was she from the clock realm? No, nothing like that. We, bonded. Magically? How'd you do that? I thought I heard you telling Maddie that sort of thing was impossible between beings on this plane? She doesn't get it. No, not magically. We were... lovers. Ew. Yuck. Ew. Happier days. I love hearing about when you were young and reckless. Gosh, what do you think I am now? Old and boring? Definitely old. Despite myself, I must say you're definitely not boring. There's that patented Maddie charm. Well, you know me, I'm full of them. Oh yeah, charms. Hexes. Curses. That's out on your account, old man. I won't deny it. Hey, Maddie. Hey, dude, having trouble finding the kitchen? Yeah, I couldn't. I checked everywhere. It's just behind the bar, man. You can't miss it. I told you I checked everywhere. Nah, you're not catching my drift. It's just behind the bar. You can't miss it. Have another look. It'll be there this time. Sometimes you gotta remind the quantum hallways that they exist. Fine. They're just playing while he's looking all over for the kitchen. How long are we going to keep him here, Maddie? Oh, we're keeping him? No, we're not keeping him. I'm going to let him stay as long as he wants. He'll leave us on his own accord at some point. You feel sorry for him? Weirdly, yes. I don't usually get attached to customers, but he's a good dude. I like him. Do you like him because he's nice? Or because he was good at passing your tools over? Yes. Don't get too attached. He's not gonna be here forever. Well, duh, I know how it works. I'm going to enjoy having him around, just like you taught me. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Ashley, that's from the motivational calendar I threw out last week. I never said that. Same. I'm used to people moving on, is the point. I can deal with it. Oh, my throat, what's up? What's wrong? Good. Yeah, it's been over 24 hours already, honey. Oh, there he is. Wow. Yeah, my throat might be tired. Fuck. Oh no, it's him. Huh. You wanna keep staring at the coffee stain or not? Yes. Okay, whatever. What do you want from this conversation? I'm an open book as far as matters of life and death are concerned. Yeah, I don't want to go. I know you probably heard this from, I don't know, 1,000 people or whatever. It's not about staying around for people or wanting to go back to my old life. As wonderful and not stressful as that sounds. Like, I'm not afraid of what lies on the other side. I don't think there's any point to worrying about it until I'm there. I just don't think I've spent enough time here. The cafe? No. All this, I guess you call it this plane? Roughly speaking, I suppose so. I want to know what you did to be able to stay. Sure, Did Maddie give you those hours back? Yeah, why? Well, that's a way. You can just find enough hours to stay as a spirit, half here, half gone. But it's a wretched existence. I wouldn't want to live like that. How will you find the hours, though? There's only so many you can get from consenting beings, right? The crappy psychology of gambling aside, you're right, Jess. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you create life from nothing? The answer is that you can't, Kishan. It's impossible. There's always got to be some sort of balance maintained. He's a true middle manager for real. Everyone who learns to manipulate the fundamental life forces understands that, no matter whether they're doing good or bad things with their skills. Here's the thing though, you don't need both parties to agree. It is a social nicety, something that separates us from, well, people who don't do that. That's where the idea of vampires came from, for example. Those bastards. They're not special or anything, they're just dickheads. Anyway, if you can take life force from people, you can also drain it from animals or plants. But in this business, there's a lot we don't, or can't, understand. One of the things we can't understand is why life force from animals and plants is tainted. It feels gross. If it didn't, everyone will take it, consequences be damned. How were you feeling today before Maddie took the hours back? I felt like I was slipping away. Like my mind was really foggy. It was really hard to think or put sentences together. Nobody really noticed though. Typical. Imagine that, but 10 times worse. You're foggy, but there's also something fundamentally wrong. Like you're a collection of puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together. Like an engine that's running out of oil. That sounds horrifying. Right? So, should I do it? Probably not. How would I stay otherwise? Well, you could always go on the lam, just run for it. But you'd catch me. Not me personally, but yes, the council would eventually. And that's it? That's my only option. Perhaps. Depends on how you feel about bonding your soul for eternity to a fundamentally neutral arbiter of justice. I have no strong feelings about it, one way or another. Smarters. Huh. Would you regret it? Would you regret it if you stayed here forever instead of moving on? I don't know, I guess that'd be up to me, right? How do you mean? In the end, how I feel about taking a big branch in my life is just a matter of how I frame it. I can focus on what I regret, sure, but it's not a useful way to spend my time. If I focus on the future, on everything that's in the possibility space, instead of outside of it, that's probably better for me, yeah? Sure. You don't sound convinced. I'm just ambivalent on it. I try not to think about anything too hard these days. But if you're willing to accept eternal bondage with the Council, I can keep you here. It's not easy work, though. You have to act in the best interest of the system, not its individual parts. Bureaucracy at its finest. How did you learn to deal with it? This took some time. When you're used to it, you learn not to think too hard about what you're doing. As long as you take a holistic view of everything, things generally shake out alright. I'm sold. We tend to only bother the biggest rule breakers anyway. Maddie being one of them? Habitually. She wouldn't be getting so much leeway if it weren't for Che. I don't understand that guy. He's nice, we've chatted a bit. But what makes him so special? He's provided services in the past. I can count on one hand the number of people who know as much about the manipulation of life force as he does. He's been researching it for over 100 years. No way, he's that old? He looks like 60 max. Yep, much older than that. Wild. We're getting sidetracked though. How do you feel about joining the council? I don't hand out offers willy-nilly, you know. I'm interested, but can I have some time to think about it? How much time do you have? You've been out for nearly 25 hours. You're overdue. Put it on Maddie's tab. Huh. Okay. I assume you're not going to stick around forever. Unlikely. The next few hours are anything like if the next few hours are anything like how I felt this morning. I'll stick around until you have a solid answer then. Cool. Wanna get drunk? We're already drinking, mate. Nah, Tay told me about something pretty special he's got behind the bar. Unless it's something really special, he's probably offered me some. And even then. So you try the... Bottle Soul? You're pulling my leg? Nope. You've got to be mistaken. You haven't seen it in person, have you? Yeah, I actually have seen it. That's quite illegal. I expected better from him. Damn it. So, are we going to drink it or not? Coastal regulations require me to confiscate it or force the owner to dispose of it. We'll be doing him a favor then. I suppose. Oh wow, Kishan? Come on, dude. Chai said it knocked you flat. When you say you, do you mean me? Or you? Or just anyone who drinks it? Anyone. It's like 200% alcohol or something. That's not technically possible, but I'll admit my interest is piqued. Well, let's not waste any time. Oh, he has it with him! Damn it. This was a setup, wasn't it? Basically. You in? Fine. Oh, this looks deadly. Let's go! Good thing that people can't get alcohol poisoning. I love his grin. Hey. To bureaucracy. Ha, to bureaucracy. This game is amazing. What do you do with your soul? Oh, it turned it into booze. Hey, yo. Yo. Your orders arrived. 3 days late, mate. It got held up by a mutual acquaintance of ours. Ah, shit. That explains why he's in my hair. I'll be there in half an hour. What did you get? Oh, she has a background of coffee beans. Achievement unlocked. End of the line. What does that mean? Almost at the end? Oh god. I love them. The catabasis is considered to be a vital part of the hero's narrative. Every hero goes to hell at some point, and in the stories they usually come back, which is the bit that seems weird to me. Alright, Sonny, thank you for dropping by! I don't think that's how it works in real life. The Kappa has had a bunch of heroes come through, claiming that they were going to conquer hell and come back. They never returned, as far as I saw. The idea of Catabasis is that, in the grand scheme of things, hell, or the underworld, or Hades, or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, it's on the outside of wherever we are, like we're trapped inside this sphere and we leave it to go to hell. Did the ancient Greeks ever consider that maybe we've been on the outside the whole time, just waiting to get in? Maybe they did. Matter of perspective, I guess I'll ask one sometime if I ever meet one. But perhaps we're just waiting our entire lives for this, to pass through the firmament, to the next place. To be driftwood that washes up on the shore of whatever the next place actually is. Seems weird, but maybe that's where we're naturally meant to be. I'm thinking it's possible that this world isn't some sort of proving ground or anything. Maybe it's just a waiting room. A beautiful, flawed, complex waiting room. Personally, I don't think there's anything like heaven or hell waiting for us. No judgment either. The world doesn't ever operate in binaries or absolutes. That's just flawed human thinking projected onto things that are much, much more complex than they can ever perceive. And I don't think what's waiting on the other side is even something that we can conceptualize. I bet it's cool. It's a shame that it's a one-way trip, though. My dude got deep. My dude just decided to get deep all of a sudden. She walk. I don't blame you. Maybe one day soon I'll be able to stop blaming myself, too. Oh, sheesh! Oh, we're outside now. You can now speak to Tuan and Hannah to experience the side story. Walk into the sky. Wait, what do you mean that we're already on the side story? And where are they? I'm not gonna do it now, but I just wanna look for them. Oh! There they are. I see. Could I go too? Yeah, I'm gonna be ending too anyway. I'm gonna be ending soon. I mean, I'm gonna be ending now. I'm just gonna go to the chatting stream a bit. Thank you for coming, Sparkster! Oh, how do I... Oh, let's save. Oh, wait, I got like halfway through. Oh, excellent. That is excellent. How do I save? I mean, it autosaves, but like... It autosaves, right? Let me look it up. Necrobarista final power save. How to save. Autosave? But this doesn't tell me how to save. We're just gonna hope for the best and assumes it autosaves. Oh, hey! Concept art. Love me some concept art. Sheesh! Billiards? Who's this supposed to be? The man himself. Not in this hemisphere. Yo, the art is really nice. I like it. And there's a lot to unlock yet. Still. I'm gonna assume let's try and hope for the best. If not, I don't know, I'll cry. Let's see what happens when I press continue. Dun dun dun, the moment of truth. At least I do get a continue option, I didn't have that before. Wishes. Water. Okay, yeah, we're good then. We're good, we're good, we're good. We're good. Wait. Now I just go back to my just chatting. Whoop. That's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, I just don't remember my... I changed my hotkeys for... What's it called? I think it was this one. For tits? I forgot what they were. But it's fine. Oh yeah, that was Necrobarista. I can see why people will say, like, in How Long to Beat that it only take 4 hours. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely, most definitely when you're not reading everything aloud, because that makes everything so much longer. But honestly, yeah, I wasn't expecting this kind of game. I was expecting more of, like, as I said, more like a Valhalla kind of thing, you know, like You actually kind of just mix coffee or whatever for people and talk to them. But it's so good and it's so well written and the music is amazing. And the characters are so interesting. I expected something wacky, yeah. But it's so good. What have they done? With zombies? That sounds about right, to be honest. Necrobarista. What have they done? Developed by a Shrine Development Studio Route 59. And this version that I'm playing now, Necrobarista Final Power Pool, was released on 2021, August 2021, for Nintendo Switch. Okay. Have they done something more? I need to know. Is there any Unity? Okay. Route 59. Route 59. Developer. But this game has blown my expectations out of the window. Yeah, same. I'm like, damn. And is there one and only game apparently? Yep. Like they just kind of started with a banger. I made it in a good way. Yeah, me too. It's amazing. And that intro, yeah, no, it was so good. Like I said, I expected something slightly more light-hearted, kind of how like how Valhalla starts. Like Valhalla, those get more like deep, more like plot deep into the characters later on. But early you start like you're a barista, you serve wacky people. I expected something similar, but this starts like full blown like story and like the shots. I really like the art style too, and like the like cinematic way they do like the shots for the like the little cutscenes, and the writing is so good. The writing in the little blurbs that you find, like the memories you find lying around. The writing is so good. Like it honestly compares to some like the better books I've read. Or I think, I mean, in my opinion, at least from the books I like to read. Just the writing is so good. And the writing in the game in particular also, I mean, it's been so fun to read and watch like all the characters. And I'm just I'm so into it. I'm so curious, like, where is this gonna go? You know, I was expecting like a wacky, kind of lighthearted story about like passing over or whatever, but probably some sweet stuff because, you know, kind of like moving on or whatever. But it just feels like so full of like twists and turns and we still don't know what's up with Maddie or like with Shay. They're just there. So yeah, definitely we'll have to pick this up later. Dead part? What's that? Dead part. What's that? I find too many results, and none of them match anything in particular. An anime with the same theme? Dead Part Anime. Oh, Dead Parade! Oh yeah, I watched Dead Parade. Dead Parade is so good. Yeah, it kind of has the vibes, now that you mention it. But yeah, no, it's so good. Like, I feel like I'm gonna finish this game, I'm just gonna go knock on the developer's door and be like, where's the next one? It doesn't even have to be like a continuation of this, I'm gonna assume it just finishes good. I mean, it's like close-ended. But like, it's like you come and give me this as your first game ever. Like, I trust you with my life now. Sorry, I read like shit. But yeah, I guess we'll see. I might continue tomorrow morning. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, even though it's Thanksgiving, my sister works tomorrow. She'll be having a short shift though, so I don't know if I'll nap or not, because like she starts at 8 and works till noon. So I'm not sure if it'll be enough time for a good nap. So I might just stream. Maybe I just do the side story tomorrow morning. I'll think about it. It'll depend on how much energy I wake up. Because I said yesterday was really dead. Today I woke up way better. You know, I woke up like energized. Even though it's weird because I slept very late. It took me a long time to fall asleep. I had a hard time falling asleep. But then I woke up like feeling nice and rested, which is why I'm here still. Let's go. But yeah, whether I stream tomorrow or not though, I'll probably take it easy next week. I might just stream on the weekend. I'm still thinking about it, but so yeah, stay tuned for the schedule tomorrow. But I'll probably just stream on the weekend. I mean, barring the Fatal Frame with Maple on Thursday. That will happen. That will happen. Unless Maple has cancer for some reason. Otherwise, it will be happening, but on my end, I might just do like Saturday and Sunday and rest during the week. I don't know. I'll think about it. We shall see. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. More screaming moves. Let's go! We all love some screaming moves. I will definitely try to continue this during this month because it fits. But yeah, next week I'll most likely do one of the Elden Ring streams I owe. Finally. And yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna be starting Man of Medan. I'm gonna be doing Man of Medan over on YouTube, most likely. Just early warning. But yeah, as I said, I want always, for more details, for like definitive details, look out for the schedule. But those are my plans so far. I'm gonna do Man of Medan on YouTube, probably on Saturday, and Elden Ring here on Twitch on Sunday. And I'll see if I do something on Tuesday evening. I'll think about it. But yeah, but now, thank you for coming. Let's see, is there anyone I know for it? We should like quickly check. If not, I'll just end. Too lazy to look for people to raid. Unless there's someone on my list. Ayo? Can I redeem? Sure! Who do you wanna... do you wanna raid? I don't know what would do it. Mishbat? Mishbat. I see them. Oh. Oh, they're playing Alien Isolation. Love the crying expression. Okay, yeah, I agree. Let's go. You don't need to be... Okay, you can chat. What's this? Oh, they have the thing, okay. Thanks for stream was a lot of ups and downs emotionally. Yeah, it was very emotional game. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it ends. So, as I said, I'm definitely gonna continue it. I'll try to continue it this month, but no promises, because I'm kind of planning a lot of stuff. I mean, I've done, but like... Suddenly my month, I feel very busy, and I know in November it's just gonna be Girls Frontline and Neural Cloud. So I'm just like, I don't know when I'll do it, but I'll do it. Emotional damage rate, I like that. That's... Great niche bag. Let's go with the emotional damage rate. But yeah, so I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, if not sometime next week, probably next weekend. I'll see you for sure on Maple's stream on Thursday. Remember, Final Frame? But yeah, thank you for coming. I'm glad to see you guys are enjoying the game. It was a very fun discovery. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. So bye bye, thank you for coming.